Good evening. The school committee business executive session of June 9th, 2025 will now come to order. This meeting is being recorded and will be made available for viewing on the Methuen Public Schools website. Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Member DiZoglio? Member Donovan?
Here.
Member Keegan?
Here.
Member Maxwell?
Here.
Member Shabilia?
Here.
Member Willett?
Here.
Mayor Beauregard.
I do want to mention that the mayor is at the city council meeting this evening, and he unfortunately regrets that he's not able to attend tonight's meeting. May I have a motion and a second to accept the agenda for June 9th, 2025 as presented?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Member Shabilia, second by Member DiZoglio. Discussion. I need a motion and a second to amend the agenda for June 9th, 2025 to approve the move of item 6B to 9D.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Member Shabilia, second by Member Donovan. Discussion. We are concerned that our lawyer will not be able to be here in time, so we need to move that to the end of the meeting. Yes.
What were we just talking about, the item for courier?
No.
No.
Nope, it's the IT discussion.
Okay,
So we're going to move that to the very end of the meeting.
okay.
That's all. That's all we're changing.
Okay.
Okay? All right, so I need a vote to amend the agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
All right,
Aye. Opposed? All right, ayes have it. Now I need a motion and a second to accept the amended agenda for 2025 as amended.
So moved.
Moved by Member Shabilia, second by Member Donovan. All in favor?
What?
Or
discussion.
Discussion, sure.
Which, I have a question about the fact that we amended it for the central building to be included. I just talked to the solicitor's office, and the fact is that we amended it less than 3 hours before the meeting. They are concerned that we might be violating the open meeting law.
So I agree, I had a similar conversation, thank you for bringing that up. So I believe we cannot vote on Ditts in Place, we can only vote on the other two,
Okay.
because that's what was posted on the website. Ditts in Place never made it to the website.
Perfect.
So, yes.
Thank you.
Okay? All right, so all in favor of the amended agenda?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Excuse me, Vice Chair, do we need to amend it now to take central building off?
I don't believe so, because it's not posted.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Superintendent, would you please introduce our student for tonight's flag salute?
I would love to. If I could ask Associate Principal Erin Mackey to come on up with her flag salute. Cintron Ramos will lead our pledge for tonight.
There we go. My name is Erin Mackey. I'm the lower school associate principal at the Timony Grammar School, and I am proud to present Ilan Ramos Cintron to lead the Pledge of Allegiance this evening. Ilan has attended the Timony Grammar School since kindergarten and is currently a 4th grade student in Miss Coyne's class. When asked about Ilan as a student, Miss Coyne had the following wonderful words to share. Ilan is an extremely hardworking student and very motivated to learn and conquer hard material. He is always respectful and kind to others and enjoys being a leader when working on group activities. Ilan is an amazing kid, and I feel very lucky to have had him in my 4th grade class this year. I had the pleasure of getting to know Ilan as well, and he let me know that in his free time, he enjoys playing soccer, where he is an outside left back. He also takes Spanish classes, which he is enjoying. He aspires to be a professional soccer player, hopefully for Barcelona or Inter Miami. He also aspires to be a judge, and once he retires from either soccer or his judgeship, he would like to be a manager of a soccer team. He loves math, music, and PE and tech. Math is fun because he loves problem solving, and next year he's looking forward to band, and he really wants to play the drums. It is a pleasure to have Elan represent our school in leading the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Superintendent, would you please introduce our Teachers of the Year?
My pleasure and one of my favorite nights. So we have 6 teachers to celebrate tonight for our Teacher of the Year. And we're going to start with Methuen High School. So I'm going to ask Mr. Corrett to come up with Sarah Grant, our Teacher of the Year. And also, she was selected to represent Methuen Public Schools as the Rotary Teacher of the Year a few weeks back. So we congratulate all of the teachers tonight. And what I'd like to do is have all of the principals recognize their teachers. And then when we're done with that, we'll take a recess, if that's okay, Vice Chair, and do some pictures and allow folks to leave if they want to leave. If they want to stay for the remainder of the meeting, everybody is welcome. But usually it's a nice time to take some pictures and just allow folks to leave on their own. Does that make sense for everybody? All right, Mr. Corrett, you're up first.
Hello, good evening. So I'm thrilled to recognize the Methuen High School and Methuen Public School Rotary Club Teacher of the Year, Sarah Grant. A quiet teacher leader, fierce student advocate, and thoughtful, ever-evolving educator. Ms. Grant has been a part of the Methuen High School community since 2009, when she began as a student teacher. Since then, she has taught grades 9, 10, and 12, opening up the eyes and minds of adolescent learners through poetry and prose, all while holding each student to an incredibly high standard. Within the classroom, Ms. Grant intentionally takes a back seat, allowing her students to be the center of their own learning. Her inquisitive nature drives student curiosity, and she has an innate ability to foster meaningful classroom discussions where she does almost none of the talking. She creates and sustains a classroom environment where students feel empowered to take risks, to fail, to disagree, to challenge, and ultimately to grow. One can often walk into Ms. Grant's classroom and see a new discussion protocol or a new group activity, as she's always seeking innovative ways to motivate and engage all of her students. Her pedagogical and content knowledge are deep, and she's always willing to collaborate with colleagues and share materials. Often Ms. Grant's resources and assessments serve as a model for the English department, and she is called upon regularly to share at monthly department meetings. Ms. Grant is a respected veteran teacher of our school's highest achieving students in the Advanced Placement English Literature and Composition course, and she teaches multiple sections each school year. Her students consistently earn qualifying scores on their exams. She is also, however, She also, however, has the ability to reach our students who struggle most. As a valued member of teams in 9th and 10th grade, as well as a teacher of 12th grade students on the cusp of adulthood, Ms. Grant propels students to excel at each grade level and ultimately in life after they graduate from Methuen High School. Beyond the classroom, Ms. Grant is involved in our school community and contributes to the Massachusetts public education as a whole, constantly looking for ways where she can grow professionally. Previously, she was involved in the National Honor Society and the Relay for Life. When a group of students originally formed the Black Indigenous People of Color Club back in 2020, they all looked to Ms. Grant as an ally and advisor for the new organization. More recently, Ms. Grant was a part of the Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education Curriculum Ratings by Teachers panel, where she reviewed curriculum materials and with other teachers from across the Commonwealth, adding her expertise and opinion to help inform district curriculum adoption decisions. So she's pretty amazing, by the way. Currently, she is in the second year of a 3-year term on DESE's ELA Assessment Development Committee, where she reviews assessment content for bias and sensitivity, reviews questions, and suggests revisions. Ms. Grant played an integral role as a member of our steering committee for the NEASC accreditation process, taking on a bulk of the writing for our school's self-reflection report. When we decided to pilot a co-taught English and English language education classroom program, we looked to her as an experienced teacher to spearhead the effort. Her co-teaching pair was one of 3 pairs chosen to participate in a year-long intense professional development program with an external provider, Blue Engine, where the pair engaged in coaching cycles throughout this school year. This pair will now serve as a model in our school for a strong co-teaching relationship that collaborates and plans with intention to best serve all students. Beyond her role as an educator, Ms. Grant is a wife, a mother and friend who can be seen tugging at the hand of her young son, who's here tonight, as she leads him into the Little Rangers preschool program to begin his own educational journey. She's a pillar of the English department and a respected member of the Methuen High School community. When trying to sum up the many invaluable qualities that Sarah has, one word comes to mind, and that's commitment. She is committed to her students through strong, meaningful relationships, quality, innovative instruction, and high expectations. She is committed to her growth as an educator through professional development, both inside and outside of Methuen High School, and a constant reflective through her constant reflective teaching practice. Stop talking, Mr. Corrett. And ultimately, she is committed to making the lives of our students better through an immersive English classroom experience where she fosters student ownership and growth. Again, congratulations to Sarah for being the Methuen High School and Methuen Public Schools Teacher of the Year.
I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. I'm honored to be recognized in this way. It doesn't feel like a job coming every day. I love working with the kids. I love teaching literature. So thank you so much.
You lost your child.
I did lose my child.
So this is for you for the
Thank
school
you.
committee, but hold on to that.
Okay. Thank you, Randy.
I'm just going to keep going. All right, so next, I'd like to call up Principal Rebecca Gordon and our Marsh Teacher of the Year, Danielle Cormier.
And of course, push down for me. Yes. Yeah, is that, yeah? Yes. We enthusiastically recommend Ms. Danielle Cormier for the Methuen Public Schools Teacher of the Year. Ms. Cormier has been a valued Marsh School faculty member since 1999, serving as a first grade classroom teacher. Her exceptional leadership skills, both inside and outside the classroom, and her dedication and passion for fostering a love for learning in all students exemplify her commitment to lifelong learning. These qualities make her truly deserving of this recognition. Ms. Cormier is always searching for new ideas to learn and for ways to improve her instruction. This year, she has taken on the role of math team leader at our school, where she is responsible for supporting teachers and enhancing their math planning, instruction, and assessments. With her colleagues, she led a book study based on the writing revolution to strengthen her writing instruction inside her classroom. She and her colleagues have already implemented many aspects of their learning into their classroom, resulting in significant improvement in student writing outcomes. She shared many of these outcomes and strategies with the larger Methuen Public School community during a professional development session. Ms. Cormier has served for years as our lower school mentor educator for all new teachers. She is supportive of their early development in the profession and in the Marsh community. She builds trusting relationships with each new educator that lasts well beyond the mentoring program and maintains these relationships long-term. Supporting colleagues outside of the classroom, Ms. Cormier oversees the Sunshine Fund to either brighten someone's day or celebrate a joyous occasion. In the classroom, there is nothing that she won't do to support her students' successes. She truly knows her students and builds a solid relationship with them and their families. Her classroom is well-structured, embedding superb social, emotional, and executive functioning skills throughout the entire day. Over the years, she has recognized the importance of direct, explicit instruction in these areas to set students up for a successful school year beyond her classroom. For all these reasons and so many more, we believe that Ms. Cormier exemplifies the characteristics of an outstanding teacher, mentor, and colleague, and is thoroughly deserving of this recognition. The Marsh community is extremely fortunate to have Ms. Cormier on our team, and we are exceptionally grateful for her contributions. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Ms. Cormier.
It looks like I have many papers here, but I just have big font. I just want to take a moment to express my gratitude to my remarkable admin team in recognizing my efforts. Your acknowledgement means much more than words can convey and serves as a reminder of the collaborative spirit we nurture in our mission to support our students. Thank you for your unwavering support and encouragement. It truly makes a difference. A special thank you to the school committee, our superintendent and assistant superintendent for advocating for the Methuen education system. I'm genuinely honored and perhaps a little bit humbled by this recognition. I would be remiss not to acknowledge the past year and a half has been challenging for everyone involved in Methuen education. Thankfully, teaching is not a solo act. I am part of an extraordinary community. Each day, I am surrounded by the most supportive, witty, talented, and undeniably caffeinated group of educators. Well, everyone except me. Those of you who have witnessed my caffeine-fueled antics know why I stick to decaf. To my fellow teachers, especially my amazing first grade team, you are the heart and soul of our school, the true heroes of the classroom. You are the reason I persevere through the challenging days, the unpredictable moments, and those times I've asked, where are my glasses, only to realize they're perched on the top of my head. Your support, whether through collaboration, a listening ear, a knowing glance in the hallway, means the world to me. Your encouragement has challenged me to grow, embrace new ideas, and show up with heart and purpose every single day. While I may be the one recognized tonight, we know it takes a village, and sometimes a herd of unicorns, a fleet of Chromebooks, and that hidden jar of dark chocolate in my desk. Teaching is not a pursuit rooted in recognition. We do this for the small, transformative moments when students finally grasp a challenging concept, when a quiet student's voice finally emerges, or when we realize we've made even a small difference in a student's life. To my students, you are the reason I wake up every morning excited to do this work. You've taught me invaluable lessons in patience, creativity, and resilience. You've challenged me, brought me joy on days, and reminded me each day why my profession is so meaningful. I'm not the only educator in my family. My mother, after successfully guiding all 4 of her daughters into her own into their educational journeys, return to the workforce as a paraprofessional for special needs students. My 3 sisters and I followed her path into education, a testament to the profound impact she had on our lives. As you can imagine, family gatherings and holidays are often filled with laughter and as we share stories about our daily classroom adventures and challenges. I must also extend a huge thank you to my husband, Kevin, who tirelessly picks up the slack at home while I'm juggling, maintaining my classroom, lesson planning, grading, and all the tasks that accompany this profession. And to my 2 incredible daughters, Caitlin and Delia. Your compassion, intelligence, independence, and sense of adventure and joy inspire me every day. Thank you for all the times you have helped me correct papers, set up my classroom, or even practice lessons with me. You have not only supported me in my teaching journey, but you have made me a better educator in the process.
All right, I'd like to call up Principal David Hill and Associate Principal Paula Simone and the Tenney Teacher of the Year, Miss Jennifer Pardone.
Oh, you're going to go again? Go first.
Good evening. We, the Tenney team and I are incredibly excited to recognize our 2024-2025 Teacher of the Year at the Tenney School, Miss Jen Pardone, 5th grade teacher. Congratulations, Jen. I am going to hand this off to our upper school associate principal, Paula Simone, who has worked very closely with Jen throughout their time at the Tenney. Paula.
Ready? Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we gather to celebrate a truly remarkable educator, colleague, and friend, Jennifer Pardone. Jen is the wife of Dave and the mom to Tenney alums, Abby and Zoe. For 25 years, Jen has been an unwavering pillar of dedication and passion at the Tenney Grammar School, and her legacy of teaching and inspiring young minds is nothing short of extraordinary. Jen's journey at the Tenney began in the early years of the new Tenney Grammar School building, where she taught English language arts and social studies. Right from the start, it was clear she had a unique gift for connecting with students. Whether she was guiding them through classic literature or helping them discover the stories of our past, Jen's ability to make learning exciting and accessible left a lasting impact on her students. She possesses that rare talent of drawing in even the most hesitant of learners, giving them the confidence to find their own voices and share their thoughts with the class. A few years ago, Jen embraced a new challenge, transitioning to teaching math and science. It was during this time that she once again demonstrated her dedication to her craft, mastering new content and methods with the same enthusiasm she brought to her ELA and social studies classes. Jen almost seamlessly brought the language-driven Eureka Math program to life for her 5th graders. Many educators might have hesitated to take on a whole new curriculum, but not Jen. With her characteristic positivity and determination, she embraced the change from the humanities to STEM and quickly became a great curriculum teammate for her colleagues. The impact of all Jen's effort is most profoundly felt in her grade 5 classroom. Under Jen's guidance, students not only grasp mathematical and scientific concepts, but also grow to appreciate the logical beauty of STEM itself. The success of the students under her leadership is a testament to Jen's commitment to making learning meaningful and enjoyable. Her ability to teach complex ideas with clarity and patience is truly remarkable. Beyond her professional achievements, Jen has always been a friend and a mentor to her colleagues, a source of wisdom, laughter, and support. Her warmth and compassion have made the Tenney Grammar School not just a workplace, but a community. Tonight, as we reflect on Jen's 25 years of service and celebrate her recent recognition as the Tenney Educator of the Year for 2024-2025, let us honor her tireless dedication, her unwavering spirit, and the countless lives she's touched. Jen, you've truly made a difference in the lives of your students, your colleague, and our entire community. On behalf of all of us, thank you for your years of service, your passion for teaching, and your unwavering commitment to excellence. Congratulations.
Okay. Thank you, Paula. That was very sweet. Good evening, members of the school committee, Superintendent Kwong, colleagues, family, and community members. I would like to first thank my administration team for recognizing me with this incredible honor. I would also like to congratulate the other educators I share this honor with tonight. Being named Teacher of the Year is both humbling and deeply meaningful, but let me be honest, no teacher earned this recognition alone. My fifth grade team at the Tenney is filled with some of the most passionate, dedicated, and creative educators I've ever known. They are the ones who inspire me, push me to grow, and remind me why we do this work. This award may have my name on it, but it represents a collective spirit of an entire team. This team helps me stand strong as an educator every single day, from the lessons they share to the support with technology, and even the conversations shared at our lunches. I could not and would not be the educator I am without them at my side. This recognition to me is a celebration of us, of what happens when a school becomes a community. We lift each other up, challenge one another, and stay focused on what matters most, our students. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge my family. You are the true heart and soul of it all. Your unwavering love, patience, and support have been the foundation that keeps me grounded and inspired every day. You've celebrated my highs and stood by me through the challenges. Thank you for understanding the late nights, the grading marathons, and the emotional investment this work requires. This recognition is as much yours as it is mine. I truly couldn't do this without you. In summary, I would like to thank you again for this honor. I share it proudly with every colleague who shows up with heart, who keeps going when it's hard, and who believes every single day that what we do matters. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
All right, I'd like to call up Principal Chris Reeve and Nicole Conway.
Oh, good evening. All right, I would love to present Nicole Conway, Timony first grade teacher, as the 2024-2025 Teacher of the Year at the Donald P. Timony Grammar School. Nicole has been a member of the Methuen Public Schools since 2013, when she began as a program assistant. Taking on a teaching role in 2014. In her 12-year tenure, she has proven to be a model educator and mentor for staff, students, and the Timony community. In her main role as a first grade teacher, Nicole's commitment and dedication for student growth and development is evident as soon as you walk into the classroom. It is clear that Nicole knows her learners and provides many opportunities for them to succeed. Nicole has always possessed a unique ability to make all students feel valued for their strengths and not defined by their needs. She creates a safe, active learning environment where students can take risks and explore the curriculum. Nicole wears the pride she has for her students in the form of her contagious smile each day. When discussing progress, Nicole bursts with excitement as she celebrates student achievement. Nicole makes every effort to ensure that every Timony student has an experience that is rich with enthusiasm, positivity, and a belief that the future is open to all possibilities. In her tenure, Nicole has also demonstrated herself to be a leader in the Timony community. She actively participates in collaborative opportunities with her colleagues and joyfully attends school functions. I feel like there's no better testament to a teacher than to hear from her colleagues and what they have to say about their teammate. So I'll read some things that Nicole's colleagues, and we sent the email out because Nicole's worked with several teachers across the district, so we got flooded with emails from more than just the Timony, from other buildings about how wonderful she is. So let me just read a few of those, Nicole, for you. Amazing teacher. She knows her curriculum and knows how to engage the students. She uses many different methods to teach, knowing and understanding that children learn in many different ways. Nicole is the epitome of team player and doing what is best for the kids. She loves spirit days, dressing up, and making learning engaging for her class. Yes, her 100-day outfit was fantastic. Oh my goodness, it was so funny. Nicole has helped me countless times, has answered any and all questions that I've had, and I know I can always count on her. She is an amazing teacher, and I learned so much from her. Not only is she kind, caring, and compassionate, but her lessons are always effective, meaningful, and well-structured, meeting all the needs of all students. Nicole is an amazing teacher and person. She has such a calm and patient demeanor that benefits all of her students. She's always willing to lend a helping hand. Nicole is so understanding and always wears a smile. I mean, it's easy. I've been around for 20 years in the district. I've walked into many classrooms. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful teachers. Nicole is one of the best. Really, I would echo all of the things her colleagues have had to say about her. She's such a good teacher. So Nicole should be commended for her enthusiasm and the profession and dedication to the students of the Donald P. Timony Grammar School. It's my pleasure to present Mrs. Nicole Conway as the Timony Teacher of the Year. Hey! Yes!
I want to start off by saying that speaking in front of a group of 6- and 7-year-olds is a lot different than speaking in front of adults, so I apologize. Thank you for acknowledging me with this incredible honor tonight. However, there's no such thing as a great teacher without great students, supportive colleagues, and administrators who believe in us. I also want to thank my family, as well as all my coworkers back there, who I also call my friends. I couldn't have done it without your continued support. Teaching is not just about teaching academics each day. Being a teacher means we are opening our doors and being someone's safe space, even on our hardest days. So tonight, I share this recognition with every teacher who shows up day after day, giving their all, even when our patience or our caffeine or both run out. Teaching is not always easy, but it is always worth it. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to call up Katie Proetti, Supervising Principal at the CGS, and Rob Emerson. Don't have to move too far. Yeah.
That worked out good. It's kind of my family.
That's excellent.
Put me in front, I can sit back.
They know. They know.
Thanks.
Good evening, everybody. It's green. It is with great pride and admiration that I recommend Mr. Robert Emerson for the honor of being named Comprehensive Grammar School's 24-25 Teacher of the Year. Mr. Emerson exemplifies what it means to be an exceptional educator, one who not only teaches but inspires, supports, and uplifts everyone around him. You already heard him laugh. It's contagious. Since joining CGS, Rob has consistently gone above and beyond to build meaningful relationships with students, colleagues, and families. As a career changer, he came into education with a clear and noble purpose, to be a champion for young people. From the very beginning, Rob has embodied that mission both inside and outside the classroom. His students speak volumes about his impact. One shared, "He always gives you the benefit of the doubt and treats you with respect." Another noted, "It's obvious he wants to be here. He doesn't do it for the paycheck." They actually said fortune, and I was like, well, but we talked about what a fortune is. He cares a lot. Rob's commitment doesn't end when the school day does. He is a familiar face at school events, cheering in the stands at volleyball games, applauding at concerts, and offering support at drama performances. A student once remarked how meaningful it was to see him at a volleyball match, adding, "He makes you feel like you matter." Rob takes the time to truly know each student as an individual. He celebrates their victories, supports them through challenges, and ensures they feel seen and heard. These daily gestures create a classroom environment that is not only academic rigorous, but also emotionally safe and welcoming. His room is a place where students know they are valued. Professionally, Rob holds himself to the highest standards. He comes to school each day prepared, reflective, and eager to refine his practice. He actively seeks new strategies to enhance student engagement and is always willing to share and collaborate with colleagues. Notably, he's quick to give credit to others and frequently celebrates ideas and innovations he's learned from peers. One shining example of his initiative is creation of a structured approach to the WIN blog, designed to better assess and support student needs. Students notice and appreciate his adaptability and care. As one observed, he uses different ways to help you understand, and he notices things. He'll ask you if you're okay when your head is down. Visiting Rob's classroom is a pleasure. It's a vibrant community grounded in mutual respect, open communication, and high expectations. His students are engaged, and it's clear they value both the work and the relationships they are building. Reliability is another of Rob's defining traits. He's one of the most dependable members of our CGS team. Whether it's organizing student activities, chaperoning events, taking an additional duty, or quietly supporting a colleague behind the scenes, Rob is always there. One student recalled, at the beginning of the year, Mr. Emerson told us, "What happens in my math class stays here. You come back tomorrow and it's a new day." And he means it. He resets every day and gives everyone a chance. He really cares. Mr. Emerson proudly shares the same phrase daily, saying, "Remember, you are the best. All I ask for is a little smile and some effort." And in Rob's classroom, those smiles and that effort come naturally. Rob Emerson embodies the spirit of our profession. He's a source of unwavering positivity, kindness, and teamwork, someone who colleagues trust, admire, and genuinely enjoy working alongside. He listens, encourages, and builds community wherever he goes. For those reasons and more, I wholeheartedly and enthusiastically endorse Mr. Robert Emerson as a most deserving candidate for the CGS Teacher of the Year.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
It's pretty cool. All right, so I've never been to one of these things. I didn't know how long I could speak. I didn't know what the rules were, but I'm going to make it my day. Is that all right? So I do want to start, funny story. Katie tells me that I got nominated for Teacher of the Year. So I'm driving home feeling pretty good about myself. And I get home and I see my wife. She's not here right now. She's FaceTiming maybe or no? She's in Quebec. She's so bummed she's not here. So I go home and I say, "Geez, Mary, I got some news, some good news, and I got Teacher of the Year." She goes, "Of Massachusetts?" No, Mary, CGS. So then she goes, "We got to call Catherine." This is my baby daughter right here. Got to call Catherine and tell us. I hear Mary, calling Catherine, and Dad got Teacher of the Year. Catherine goes, "In the United States?" So I'm kind of like, no, CGS. So, it's so funny, but that's how it's just funny. Family humbles you, and all of that. So it was just kind of cool. So
They exceptionally believe in you.
I thought of it that way too. I think you told me to look at it that way. Yeah. So that was fun. I mean, that was kind of cool. So there's more to it, but I think we have places to go. So I do want to say to Katie, thank you so much for nominating me. You know how much this means to me. You saw me, right? So to get this award was just blew my mind. Katie called me down at 3:30 in the afternoon. You're busy. I went down and.
Want to know who's an upper school teacher?
Yeah.
Didn't have to be there at 3:30, but was.
Yeah. So I go down there and I go, "Should I shut the door?" She goes, "Yes." And I'm shutting the door and I'm going, "Oh." So I turn around and then she hits me with that letter. And she told me that it was written by the kids. You put it all together. But to have your kids say that about you and you to put it all together meant the world to me. So thank you. I'm going to try not to. So. Yeah, Catherine asked me if I was going to cry tonight, and I said no. So I'll do the best I can. So, Katie, thank you. So from there, it was written by the students. So there are students that she called upon. I don't know who you are and if you're watching, but thank you so much for those unbelievable comments. I mean, to have your kids feel that way about you, it's just uplifting, maybe a validation. I don't know what it is, but you feel like you're making a difference. And there's no profession you can get this kind of reward. And I feel it, so thank you to my students. Dave LaCroix, thank you. I'm sure you were part of the decision process. Dave, we've had a lot of discussions, and I always give credit to teachers. I knew nothing about teaching, I'll be perfectly honest. When I came here, I told Katie I can manage kids, I know math, and I'm going to make a difference. And so I didn't oversell myself. And so I literally learned through all the different teachers. And so Dave would talk about it, this and that, but Dave was always positive and would always say, Rob, it's you, like trying to give me credit. And I'd say, yeah, but I'm taking from my teachers, all that. But Dave, thank you for believing in me. I don't usually get nervous when I'm nervous. Teachers, so all of you, I don't know who's teachers, who's not. I literally put all of you on a pedestal. When I walk into a room with teachers, I'm amazed. I just think you guys are all incredible. And I don't feel that way. I'm not putting myself down, but I don't feel that way. And when I see teachers, I am just amazed. And what I got from this, because you try to accept and understand this, I had so many teachers that had come up to me and were so happy for me. Teachers that I didn't even know knew me. But that feeling that I got from teachers, the comments were well-deserved. It wasn't political. It was just all like so supportive and so happy for me. And as a person, I mean, the feeling that I got, I just want to thank all the teachers. That being said, how am I doing, all right? You're great. I'll try it. I don't know. So there are a few teachers I want to thank. Feel free to play the music if you want me to leave. I didn't write a speech. This is from the heart. This is the only way I know how to talk is from the heart. Number one teacher is Cheryl Bradley. She taught me everything I know. My first day of school, I was clueless. I knew math. I knew I could manage kids, but I didn't know curriculum. I didn't know anything. Cheryl Bradley literally took me under her wing, showed me how to work the copier, showed me how to just everything about the basics of being a teacher. And she was with me 24/7 my whole first year, taught me everything. And it was just an amazing how lucky I was to get her. I know a lot of you know her. Cheryl, if you're watching, I think the world of you. She knows, but she's the one that really gave me the base of how to be a teacher. So thank you, Cheryl. Lorraine Levinson. I was getting my master's degree. Katie assigned Lorraine Levinson to sponsor me, is that what it's called? Or whatever. So Lorraine supported me through the master's degree while I was going and learning how to become a teacher from Cheryl. And the support I felt from her was unbelievable through the process. So Lorraine, if you're at home watching, thank you. Next is Rebecca Bagley. Rebecca Bagley and I were hired the same day. And we went through everything together. We didn't know what CP was, Common Plan. So we didn't know all the different ins and outs. And so we would learn and talk and laugh. And we kind of went through learning the ropes together to the point where we work in the same classroom, we co-teach. I think we're unbeatable. I think we're just really, really good. So we teach math together. So Rebecca, thank you. My last one, I don't know if she's here. She said she was going to be. Neighbor! Where are you? Hi, neighbor. Come on up. No. So Leedy is incredible. So we're neighbors. She's in the room right beside me. Door right between us. It's always open. Helps with our bathroom run. But she's awesome. I can't ask for a better partner, a better person to be beside me at this point in my career. We have fun together. We work together. We laugh together. We golf together. Kids will see us working on our swings in the hallway. We just, I don't know. I love you. That's all I gotta say. She's awesome. So that's Leanie. All right. Am I okay? I gotta say this stuff. I mean, it's not gonna happen again. I'm 61. So, there are two reasons. I always felt I wanted to be a teacher and a coach. But I chose sales to try to make the money, and I did it for 25, almost 30 years, and did okay. And I got laid off. And I said to my wife, and I'll talk about it at the end with her, but I said I should have been a teacher and coach. And it came from two people that were my coaches and also my math teachers. And I didn't realize that, but they're both passed away, but Armin Sabrin was our coach. My family here knows that. And Bob Petrillo just passed away a month ago. He's from Methuen. He was our coach. He was 35 years. I grew up in Bedford. They were not only my coaches, Armin was a math teacher, and they inspired me. So the feeling I always had, it came from them. Bob Petrillo just passed away, but one of the things he told me before he passed was to focus on the kids. That's where I got it from. So I'm 61 years old. I've known him since I was 18. Spoke to him on Thanksgiving. He passed away a month ago, but he's just a great, great guy that just meant the world to me. And so inspired me to become a teacher and a coach. A little too old for a coach right now, I feel. Thank you to my family. My family, like my brothers and sisters, my sister Debbie, my sister Chrissy, my son Ryan, my daughter Catherine, her boyfriend Max, and Ryan's girlfriend Mary. But I'm the youngest of 6 kids. I grew up lucky, really grew up lucky. Debbie came up from Rhode Island to be here, and the traffic, and it's just pretty cool. But I grew up really lucky to have that support and all of that. And when I made the career change, they had my back. They were behind me the whole time. They always ask me how teaching's going. They care, and thank you. Love you guys. So even Chrissy and her husband, my first day of school, helped me set up the room. So when you're a career changer, you don't know what a classroom looks like. So I'm like taking pictures of a classroom, and we tried to build it, right? We're like, let's do this, whatever. So we did it, so thank you. So my family, Ryan, 38 years old, I'm not that old, he helped me through my master's degree. I had to write papers. He is brilliant. It really is. I don't know how you guys feel, but my children are a lot smarter than I ever was. So I would write papers, and he'd look at it and go, ooh, you know, like. So he kind of helped me a little bit on the paper side, and I thank you for that. My middle daughter, Anna, couldn't make it tonight. She sent me an incredible text last night to just to let me know how proud she was of me, which made me feel really good. My daughter, Catherine, she teaches in speech in Gloucester. She inspired me because she was at school at the same time I was in school. We were writing papers together and all of that, but she is just phenomenal. When it came to deciding to become a teacher, I was scared. I didn't know. I was taking a leap of faith. And so Catherine looked me straight in the face and said, Dad, you make an awesome teacher. That inspired me and gave me a push. So I love you and thank you. So it's that. 3 kids. I'm almost done. Is this awful? Am I speaking too much? You guys are probably exhausted. I'm sorry. All right, so last one is my wife, Mary. Imagine if I forget? Yeah. Oh, yeah. So at least I wrote the name down. That's all I did. I didn't practice anything. But so Mary's in Quebec, hopefully watching on FaceTime. So Mary, this is where I don't want to cry. But when I got laid off, I was taking care of my sick mother. She was taking care of her sick mother. It was a very, very, very difficult time. And I said the words that I should have been a teacher and coach. And she said, why don't you do it? And I said, because I'm too old. I was 50 at the time. I'm 61 now. And I said, I'm too old. And she said, you're not too old. And she not only gave me the push, but she supported me. Like, I don't know. I just feel like I'm very lucky to have someone like that to support me at a time when I was down, and just to have my back and do it with a smile on her face. She went to Cambridge College with me when I signed up to go for my master's degree. They wanted me to take a math test. I said, okay, I'll be back and I'll take it later. She said, no, you take it right now. She pushed me. She even helped me with one of the questions. But she got me through and pushed me to go back to school, and she's always had my back. Now, we took a pay cut for 5 years in Burlington. I worked as a sub. I worked as special ed. I worked as response to intervention. I did everything it was while I was going to school at 50 years old. She started a frame shop, custom framing, Frame One in North Reading. I can't resist. So, but she supported us because I made no money. I made no money at 50 to 55 years old. You guys know. I mean, you guys would know better than anybody. So I worked, summers, before school, after school, everything. And at the end of the day, I think I made like 30 grand, working year round and the whole thing. She started a frame shop that allowed me to pursue this opportunity. So from the bottom of my heart, Mary, if you're watching, okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. So thank you, everybody.
If I knew, I would have had that one be last, but I had no idea. That was fabulous. That was great. I would like to call up Kelly Blanchette, our special ed administrator for the Early Childhood Center, and the preschool teacher of the year, Amanda O'Keefe.
Well, that's a tough act to follow. No, that's okay. Congratulations. It is with great enthusiasm that I nominate Amanda O'Keefe for the Teacher of the Year Award. Amanda exemplifies the very best qualities of an educator, demonstrating an unwavering commitment to her students, her colleagues, and the greater school community. Amanda is not only a licensed special education teacher, but also holds her BCBA certification. This combination of expertise allows her to enhance the learning experience for all students, ensuring their diverse needs are met with skill, compassion, and unwavering dedication. From the moment you step into Amanda's classroom, you are welcomed into a warm and nurturing environment that feels like family. She fosters a strong sense of community, ensuring that every child feels safe, valued, encouraged to reach their full potential. Her passion for student success is evident in the way she tailors instruction, adapts to new challenges, and remains receptive to change, always seeking innovative ways to improve outcomes for her students. Amanda is a collaborative force within our Early Childhood Center. She works seamlessly with staff, readily offering support and guidance whenever needed. Her professionalism, coupled with an approachable and fun demeanor, makes her a joy to work with and a trusted mentor among her peers. Whether she's working with students one-on-one, leading group activities, or engaging in professional development, Amanda's presence is felt throughout the school on a daily basis. Her visibility and involvement ensure that students, staff, and families alike benefit from her leadership and expertise. This year, Amanda went above and beyond by taking on the responsibility of teaching not just one, but 2 classrooms. In addition to leading her substantially separate preschool classroom, she also stepped in to teach a substantially separate kindergarten classroom. Balancing the needs of both groups, she seamlessly adapted her instruction, individualized support, and classroom management to ensure that every student received the attention and resources necessary to thrive. Her ability to juggle these responsibilities with grace, professionalism, and an unwavering commitment to student success is a testament to her dedication and exceptional skill as an educator. Beyond her technical knowledge, Amanda's greatest strength lies in her ability to see each child as an individual, recognizing their unique needs and helping them thrive. She leads with empathy and understanding, creating an inclusive space where all children can succeed. Her tireless efforts to put students first, her willingness to help at any moment, and her boundless enthusiasm for education make her an exceptional candidate for Teacher of the Year. For these reasons and so many more, I wholeheartedly recommend Amanda O'Keefe for the honor of Teacher of the Year. She is a remarkable educator, a dedicated colleague, and a true asset to our school community.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Just something real quick and short, because I don't like speaking in front of all these people. But I just want to say how truly honored and humbled I am to receive this recognition. Teaching is not a solo act, as many have said already up here. It's a collaboration of families, colleagues, paraprofessionals, therapists, administrators, and of course our students, who are truly the heart of everything we do. My team within my classroom is amazing. I wouldn't trade them for anything in the world. I'm grateful to be able to have them by my side each day. It's definitely not always easy, but we are always learning, adjusting. It's always rewarding and always fun. So I share this with them today, as well as all the wonderful colleagues within the Branch Street, and most importantly, my students, who are why we're there every single day. So thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I think we should do the remaining recognition awards, and then we'll recess. I think that would be really important. So we can go through all of number 2 and stop after public participation, take a recess, and let everybody gather, if that makes sense for everybody. Awesome. So I'd like to call up Rebecca Gordon again, and Jenna Gagnon to come with her, and Mr. Marino, whoever else wants to come. Students, yes. Come on, everybody, come on up.
Come on up. We have a crew.
Quite the crew.
All right. So on Tuesday, May 20th, Jenna Gagnon, an 8th grade teacher at the Marsh, gave a student the Heimlich maneuver. Alyssa Shine is a 7th grade student. She was walking up the stairs and was choking on a piece of food. She was having trouble breathing and motioned to Miss Gagnon, who was monitoring her students in the hallway, that she needed help. Miss Gagnon did not hesitate and jumped right into action. She immediately gave Alyssa the Heimlich in the hallway and dislodged the food. Miss Gagnon saved Alyssa's life due to her heroic and swift action. Alyssa, her mom, and the entire Marsh community want to recognize Miss Gagnon for being a true, true hero. You gonna say something? You can. No? No?
I'm Melissa's mom, and that's just never a phone call you want to get. And I am so grateful that she just jumped right in and did what needed to be done. And I think a lot of teachers might know CPR and know the Heimlich, but never think you have to use it. So I'm just so grateful. Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Kwong and school committee members. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you for this recognition. I firmly believe that I'd never have the courage to help in a situation as threatening as this. Rather, I always assumed I'd be the one to phone the nurse. It is in moments like these when we often take for granted how precious and vulnerable our time can be. I never grew up in a military or first responder household to have these inherent skills, but I did become accustomed to one with my fiance and his family. After taking some time to recognize the depth of the situation, I urge everyone to take a refresher course on how to save a life, because it truly could happen anywhere, anytime, and to anyone. That being said, I'm so glad I was there to help Alyssa when she needed us most. Thank you.
This is a new, we've never had to do this certificate before, so this is a new certificate for Ms. Gagnon as an educator at the March for her quick thinking and composure during a recent emergency. We weren't quite sure how to capture this, because this is truly remarkable and a new one for us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for. Yeah, if, I say we just go through, if this, Vice Chair, you can continue, yep, and then we'll again pause at the end of public participation. And do you have, there is somebody signed up for public participation.
Does our student representative have any updates for the committee?
Yes. So I have some good news today. The Mental Health Parent and Student Advisory Council is proud to share that with the tremendous support of Mr. Curette, we have successfully acquired necessary supplies and paint for our upcoming mural initiative. The student-led project is set to begin installation early next week or sometime soon, which will aim to promote hope, healing, and emotional well-being within our school environment. The mural reflects our commitment to nurturing a culture that supports youth mental health through visibility, inclusion, and artistic expression. Also, Junior and Senior Awards Night was on May 28th and 29th. Last week, Methuen High held its annual Junior and Senior Awards Night, where outstanding students were recognized for their academic achievement, leadership, service, and commitment to excellence. Senior Prom was on May 22nd. Senior Prom took place at the beautiful Atkinson's Country Club on May 22nd, where students enjoyed an elegant evening filled with music, dancing, and celebration, creating lasting memories as they near the end of their high school journey. The Student Advisory State House is on June 10th, and I feel kind of inclined to mention that I will be attending the State House advocacy meeting tomorrow, where I'll be sure to advocate for our school's needs as well as alongside CARE, which is the Council on American and Islamic Relations, on various bills, including the Muslim Commission bill. So thank you.
Superintendent, would you like to recognize our student representative?
Yes. So surprise, Tayab. So I do have a certificate for you, Tayab, for your participation on the school committee this year. So yeah, if you want to do the awkward come around here, we can present that together. But what a fantastic addition you have been to our school committee and in our community at large, and representing Methuen, your Ranger pride shines through. So we thank you for joining us this entire year on the school committee.
Thank you so much.
All right, public participation. John Drew.
It's okay.
Make me that guy. Hold these guys up from going to lunch or dinner, and you know. Hi, everybody. My name's John Drew. I think you guys know that. Live at 6 Spring Valley Road. I'm a proud father of 2 Methuen public school students. I'm a homeowner, a taxpayer, and I love this city enough to show up, speak up, and stand up when it counts. Tonight, I want to talk about the proposed consolidation of the IT department. On its face, I'll be honest, it makes sense to me. Why wouldn't it? Streamlining services to reduce duplication saves the city money, increases efficiency. But I'm not an IT expert. I am a plumber. I'll leave the tech side to the experts, like Committeeman Shibelia knows what he's talking about. I couldn't even get this thing to print on my printer tonight, so I will not claim to be a tech expert. Where I do have concerns is how that will be rolled out, how we treat people involved, and how we make sure we're not just ripping the Band-Aid off and jamming this down people's throats. The idea might be right, but without a thoughtful plan, it's not. Now, I want to commend Mayor Beauregard. At least he's trying. He's looking under every rock to try to find ways to support the schools and cut waste in the process. I appreciate that effort, and I believe many parents in Methuen do also. But I can't say the same about the City Council. I have to be honest, I don't think they're watching right now, but hopefully they'll play back the tape. It's disappointing that we're staring down the barrel of layoffs on Friday. Real people, real jobs, real services, and it didn't have to come to this. It's a disgrace that it got this far without workable budget already passed. Political games being played, and our kids, teachers, and families are the ones paying the price. I want to speak directly to the council. Today and tomorrow you'll be holding budget workshops. I hope you will workshop the budget and find money for our kids. Show us that you're not afraid to make the tough decisions. And yes, they will be unpopular and they may upset the status quo, but the leadership means doing what's right, not what's easy. The truth is, it comes down to values. What kind of values does the city of Methuen want to be? If we invest in stronger schools, we will have we will grow property values. It means more revenue, it means growth. A better school system attracts teachers, staff, and families. Families like mine that want to settle down and create roots in this city. We cannot cut our way to success. To the school committee, relax, I'm not going to shit on you guys. I'm not going to say bad things to you guys. I want to say thank you. I know this budget season has been brutal. I know it's weighed on you guys and your shoulders. I know you've been doing your absolute best to protect the integrity of our schools and dealing with an impossible situation. Thank you for showing up and fighting every day, really. And finally, I want to take a moment to thank Dr. Kwong and the teachers and her entire team. You've given my children a year of growth, joy, and progress. My daughter Ella, who's 3, you guys saw her a few weeks ago. My son, he's here also. She's in her first year at the EEC. She's blossomed. She had some speech and developmental things that she was working on, and she improved in incredible ways. My son, he returned to the CGS this year and has loved every part of being back in his school most of the time. We're grateful every single teacher and staff who made that possible. And to every teacher, aide, staff member, thank you. I know you guys don't hear that enough. And honestly, from a parent, thank you for everything you do every day. You're not just educating kids, you're shaping futures. We will not stop fighting. We will not give up. Our children, this city, they deserve a school we can be proud of. Thank you, everybody.
All right, I have one email that came in. It's from Krista McGinnis, 8 Danielian Way. Hi, my son is a 3rd, soon-to-be 4th grader at the Marsh Grammar School, and I'm deeply distraught about the cuts that will be made to the school system. Jeopardizing our students and schools is just not acceptable. I strongly urge you to support the school committee's recommended budget in order to allow our students to achieve success. If the budget needs to be cut, I think it should be equally spread throughout the city, not just the schools. The schools are trying to shape young minds with less and less as time goes on. At some point, the students will suffer tremendously, and that might just be next year if those cuts are imposed. Thank you, Krista McGinnis. Can I have a motion for recess?
So moved.
Moved by Member DiZoglio, second by Member Donovan. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, so moved. We will take a 5-minute recess. We are back from our break. May I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of April 16th, 2025?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Member Shabilia, second by Member Willett. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. May I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of April 28th, 2025?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Member Willett, second by Member Shabilia. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. May I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of May 6, 2025?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Member Willett, second by Member Shabilia. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. May I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of May 12th, 2025?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Member Shabilia, second by Member Willett. Any discussion? Member Maxwell?
The only thing I noticed in here was, I already talked to her about one other thing, which is no big deal, but the attached list, it says see attached list. That's not here. Yeah, it's not in here. It's not. It's not, though.
Kristen.
That was the first one, huh? That's April. We're in May. That one's not in here. Every other one has it. It's just that, not this one. This one was the one where we had, I think it was 20%, you know. Mhm.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. May I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of May 21st, 2025?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Member Shabilia, second by Member Willett. Any discussion? None. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Staff reports. Superintendent updates. Are there any? No?
I don't have any special updates tonight.
Okay. Does the committee have any questions on the student enrollment data? Member Maxwell?
So I just have a few questions. I noticed that we have a significant amount of enrollments, but the numbers just from the last update we got to this update don't add up. They don't make sense. So for instance, in the enrollment section, in March, it was reported that we had 163. We have 187 now. That's 24. But when you add up March, April, May, and June, it doesn't add up to 24. Now we're reporting 1,034 total enrollments. And in March, we were reporting 982. So that's 52 students. Did we get 52 students from March until now in the last 65 days? And then as far as the withdrawals, we have reported 95 withdrawals in the in-district disabilities. In March, there were 58. English language learners, there's 136. In March, there was 87. Total withdrawals, there was 362. In March, there were 262. So in 65 school days, we've had 100 withdrawals from the district. Is that accurate?
The numbers are pulling directly from Infinite Campus to this form, and I'm going to turn to my right because the data manager who is pulling this is actually here. So I don't have March numbers in front of me. I'd have to go look to see.
I have them.
What you can. I know, but I don't have them. I just have to look to compare. But everything is pulled directly from Infinite Campus. Our churn rate is about 10%. It's a little bit higher, closer to 12% every year. So we have at least 700 to 800 kids that are coming in and out of the district every year. So the numbers do seem pretty typical.
Right.
Yeah. again, it's the groups of students that we're really focused on, the fact that we have more English learners coming in, less leaving. That's the churn that we're looking at that is making a difference in our
The English
support
learners?
services and data, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all. I was just curious with those numbers. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Member Shabilia?
So part of my question was on the math and whether my math of 672 kids coming into the district, when you balance out the comings and goings, the 1,034 coming in minus the 362 going out means we've got a net positive of 672 students.
Yeah, so keep in mind that when we started this, keep in mind the August and September numbers include preschool and kindergarten as new students, right? So those are big numbers. When you have total enrollments in August and September, we had to start this at the start of the school year calendar.
Okay.
Which included the new students in kindergarten. Those weren't included in any numbers last year. So they're new students to our system. So those two numbers are going to be the highest. Those are when the most enrollments happened in kindergarten and preschool.
Okay.
Agree, right? Yeah.
So, and those kids, just for point of clarification, are not counted because they weren't here last October.
Correct.
Okay, and you said, my other question was going to be, is that normal? And it sounds like, given the percentages you just put out there, it is.
Yeah, again, the churn rate keeps us steady right now, so this is why our enrollment is steadily going up, but it's not over. When you look at this, right, people think that we have more kids coming in than going out. We have, again, our typical churn rate is from 10 to 12%, which it is at. It's the demographic and the coding of the kids that is we're keeping our eye on changing, right? 12, 15, 20 years ago, we certainly weren't having 400 Ls enroll as new students in the district. So again, the kids leaving don't look, they're not the same coded kids as the kids coming. That's what it has become more challenging for us.
And just to clarify, because
And I
had this-
apologize, I don't know if I said that right, but like that's what this whole thing is about, right? When Member Donovan and I sat down to try to collapse all the data we're looking at into one place, this is what we came up with. And again, if this shows us the year, but if we want to talk about having it look differently come September, we can. But we're very focused on the students with disabilities, the English learners, and the sheer numbers of kids coming into preschool is another one we're watching closely.
So looking at this, and I recall you saying when we first got this presentation in this format, that these numbers, a kid may be counted in each line twice.
Correct.
So you may have a McKinney-Vento kid who's special needs ELL, or McKinney is ELL, or whatever the combo may be.
Yes.
The total enrollment number, however, is just a
Unique number.
That's a unique number.
Yep.
So that is the actual number of kids we picked up in
Yep,
in
so we
August, September.
picked up 1,000, lost 300. But
Okay.
again, that 1,000 includes the
Preschool and kindergarten, yes.
500.
And it also does not include the seniors that just left, right?
Well, this includes every student in the district that was in our district from 24-25. So our current students in kindergarten classrooms and our current seniors. That's the picture you're looking at in front of you.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Just one follow-up. So I was confused when I was looking at it today, and this is just for information. I'm
Yeah.
just curious.
Yeah.
Monthly, the numbers change. And so like we're in June right now, but August numbers are still changing. So in March, it was reported 50, and now we have 55 in district disabilities. 66 in September, and there's 71 reported now. Does that change? I mean, I would think that it stays the same. The only month that should be changing is June at this point, correct?
So that data is live as of now, so if a kid in the August column enrolled, they might have just been added as special ed students, and that's reflected in that number, just because their enrollment was in August.
So do they change? So they change like, okay. So they were enrolled, say, in August, but then they were moved to
Oh, right.
a different column?
Yes. You're saying because they were identified as that in, so now. So if we had students come in that were not identified with special needs in May, I'm sorry, not May, that's not a good example. Let's stay with August. And then over the course of the school year, they went through the evaluation process and were identified. It's adding to their enrollment date that now they are identified as that category of students with disability.
So that's why the numbers would change from, say, 50 to 55?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Right.
The total enrollment has not stayed the same. So the total enrollment in August was 421 on this new chart, but in March it was 424. And in September it was 321, and in March it was 322. In October it was 65, March it was 67. So the total enrollment is also changing.
So that may be because secretaries are changing codes. So this is a live snapshot of currently what's in Infinite Campus. If a kid is changed, like their enrollment status changes at some point, it's going to update wherever we're capturing this line at.
Okay. I think this,
If the kid captured in August withdraws, is that going to pull off that August number from total enrollment regardless of their category?
No.
So I think part of our issue may be that this is a shifting demographic, and with the ability to have probably 1,700 hands in codes, that it's bound to be a bit of a mess. Is there a way where we can get a static table and just add the new line for the new month? I think that may be more beneficial for us,
But I think what we were trying to do is, because it is live from Infinite Camp, like, we don't actually input, right? Our hands are not on this chart. It's actually due to Matt creating a query in Infinite Campus. It's pulling these numbers live at the first of every month and creating this chart for us, right? So it's pulling the numbers, putting it in an Excel spreadsheet, and he's printing it. It sends us an email on the first of every month and says, here's your automatic report that comes. If we're keeping track by month, it will be a person that has to do that, because then those things won't change, right? So how am I going to identify the fact that there are 17 new special education students in the month of whatever, June, compared to the month of August, even though those students enrolled in August? Right, I mean, we can continue to tweak it, and we'll figure, like, we can still, I just don't know how to make it, because it's live, those codes are gonna change as anything about that child changes. So I get what you guys are asking, and we can, Matt and I can work and kind of talk through some things if there's a way to just make it a little clearer about what's happening with the numbers.
Yeah, and I'm
See?
happy to help give whatever 2 cents I can share. All right.
This is a lot we're pulling, right? We wanted to try to put it all in one place as best we could, so there's just a lot being pulled. So we might have to just talk through that for a little bit to
Yeah,
see.
like, I can understand a child shifting between columns because, assessments and decisions made, but I would figure the total enrollment for that month would have stayed the same unless that child is reflected in the withdrawals as well. So the fact that the total enrollment changes,
But if we're pulling from enrollment date, right? So everything that is getting pulled from this is enrollment date. If the code of that child changes at some point during the school year, their enrollment date doesn't change. That's what I think you're
right,
saying. Am I saying
which
the
is
same?
why the
Right, which
total
is why
enrollment.
some of those things are going to fluctuate, so that that student is identified now as English learner or special education, right? It's going to change and go back to wherever that enrollment date is, because that's what it's pulling from automatically.
All of that I agree with, but that one column, total enrollment, that you said was a standalone number,
Yeah, shouldn't change.
that number shouldn't change.
So the other reason is that due to residency withdrawals, kids are unenrolled and then re-enroll. So I think that's kind of skewing the numbers as well.
Oh.
Only 4 withdraw,
Because we do unenroll the students officially, and if the paperwork comes in, we re-enroll them.
Oh.
I didn't think of that, but we do that. That's a process. I didn't think of this.
Yeah, we can revisit.
Yeah, we can.
So on that note, if, just say like a student moves, does it like unenroll because we don't know where that student is going to, and then if they move to a different school district, they have to re-enroll? That's another question. Like, so when a student has to leave a school, say, hey, I'm moving to the west side, do we keep that student inside the district once we have that
Yes,
residency?
Yes.
Okay.
If they're within Methuen, they don't unenroll. It's when students are in question of living in Methuen anywhere that they are unenrolled and have to re-enroll and prove residency again.
Okay.
Yep. We don't unenroll them between schools. Things to think about. Yep.
Does the committee have any questions about the Assistant Superintendent of Student Services report? Member Donovan.
Just worth a note, we are now approaching $900,000 for the transportation expenses. 127 up, more than we
More than that.
anticipated. More than that, okay. With the news about the, what is that, the hotel, the shelter, thank you.
Yep.
Is there any work being done, like, in advance to find out where our students there will be going next year? Where are we in all that?
So the shelter is staying in constant communication with my office as families transition, and a lot of them are transitioning to other shelters in the state. So they remain able to continue enrollment with us or transition to the new district. So what's happening, though, is a number of the students that were living at the shelter here in Methuen and enrolled in our schools, they had access to our transportation. What we're seeing now is when they transition to other cities and they want to remain here in Methuen Public Schools, we're now seeing more cost shares than we were when they were here in the shelter in Methuen.
Which I do believe was a direct question, and I don't remember who asked it during the budget process, if that could happen with the shelter closing, and we unequivocally said yes, right? That if the students are no longer at the Days Inn Methuen, catching our bus that stops in the Days Inn, but now are in Haverhill, Lowell, somewhere where they could remain in our schools, we would now add that cost of a cost-share transportation with that district. That is the law, right? So, and again, I'm looking, I can't remember who asked that, it might have been you. Yeah, a specific question during the budget process of could that happen? And the answer is yes, we're just trying to keep as best track as we can. And again, Sean at CTI has been remarkable communicating with us all along the way. You know, unfortunately, they don't know either where everybody's going to land. So any information they have on families, they're letting us know as they know.
There is a small number of families that found permanent housing, so they're finishing the school year with us, and then they'll transition to the new district. But that number is not as large as the number that remains in the system.
Any other questions? Right. Does the committee have any questions about the Director of Human Resources report?
It's unchanged. It's unchanged from last month.
In the I don't even know what to call it, in whatever budget we're going to end up with. Are all of these empty positions, I assume, are gone? Is that an accurate assessment? Or are...
No. Not an accurate assessment because some of these, well, you don't want to say it. Not an accurate assessment. Yeah. Most of these are special ed.
Okay.
Like speech therapists, those are being covered right now by contracted services in some places or our own staff, so those are still vacant positions that we've had posted. Those are not gone in our budget. School psychologist, we know is definitely not gone. I mean, we're not cutting any of those positions. We need 4 of those folks at this point. So some of these are, but to unilaterally say they all are is, I don't know how we keep them all vacant.
So given the vacancies, is there any, let's call it cost savings, that is going to be transferred to, is this where that is coming from your request, Ian? Are we being able to kind of steal from Peter to pay Paul next year?
I'm hoping. That's my goal. We do have some funds in salaries, particularly professional as well as other salaries, where we didn't fill positions, et cetera. I did ask you guys to do one transfer already that I felt comfortable with. Now that we're getting to the end, I want to scrape anything that's left and put into contracted services, in which case I can do a budget journal entry, leaving the money in circuit breaker. So depending on what that number is, we may have a little to offset next year's. I'm just a little leery of leaving circuit breaker too low.
Okay.
As well as I do want to let you know that the city has already provided us the $900,000 that the city council had voted on. So that's in contracted services. I will do a journal, leaving it in circuit breaker for next year. We've already backed that out of our budget, so we will use that for tuitions next year.
Thank you.
Member Willett?
Did we get any sense from the Massachusetts Association of School Superintendents, because I think that's the best resource, regarding the supplemental budget? Because that was the biggest resource that was going to be for us to clean up the books.
Yeah, so nothing. We've got, yeah.
So that might go deep into the summer.
I think so. We've heard nothing for the FY25 supplemental budget, and obviously FY26 is in conference right now. So it was talked about pretty openly and on the table in April, and then has become very quiet, the supplemental budget. So I am unsure, but yes, I am probably one of the superintendents emailing the executive director for MASS saying any word, and there's no additional word right now that they have.
And I think what the point person is Roger Hatch.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Does the committee have any questions about the out-of-school suspensions and other disciplinary actions report? Member Maxwell.
I have a few questions. So it looks like in the out-of-school suspensions and other disciplinary actions report, those numbers are kind of off too. Does that get pulled right from Infinite Campus? Is that the same as the enrollment situation? Or are these plugged in? So like the comprehensive grammar school, out-of-school suspensions from August till now is 101, and in March it was 61, so that's 40 incidents in 65 school days. 30 versus the 18 in March for the Donald P. Timoney, 65 versus 37 in Marsh Grammar School. And then the other question that I had, where it says on the first page, the Tenney Grammar School alcohol, drug, tobacco, vaping infractions, there's a 5% with that. Does that mean that there are 20 incidents? And is the Tenney Grammar School alcohol, drug, tobacco, vaping, is that all of the grammar schools? Because all of the grammar schools don't have that option. What? And then on the back page, all of the schools do have vaping infractions.
All good questions. That I ahead of time, I probably could have had the answers to that. I know Dr. Golubsky and Matt worked on that one too, but we'd have to look at, those are all same as the last one. They're all directly pulled from Infinite Campus on the 1st of every month, and these reports are automatic. But we can just look at, I just don't know off the top of my head how they're.
So.
Changes because they're adding stuff after the fact and changing dates and stuff and codes.
The coding. It's the coding after things are closed out. But we
So,
can.
I mean, that would make sense on the percentages, but like, so out of 100%, say, 5% of the incidents, alcohol, drug, tobacco, vaping, 5% out of all of them are being suspended?
I think I really would like the time to be able to talk to them
Sit
about those numbers, only because I don't think it's out of like 100. I think it's 5% of the total number of incidences.
Okay. Then that would make more.
I think that when we did this in the beginning of when we created these,
So I guess if
that
we're
was one
gonna-
of the things I remember being a little bit confusing, but that was the way the numbers were pulled. So it's of the total incidences.
Okay.
It's the percentage of the total for each of the schools.
So can we put a column here for the total number of incidents?
Numeric,
Yeah.
like we did on page 53.
Yeah. I think it would just be helpful. I mean, even the page on 53, the numbers are kind of crazy and out of whack, but I mean, since, let's say, March, again, that's 65 school days, we've had 165 other incidents at the Tenney Grammar School. I mean, that's just a lot, 985 other incidents at the high school.
A lot.
Those numbers are on track with what they've been in the past.
Or what?
Those numbers are on track with what they've been in the past.
Yeah, I'm just curious how in 65 school days, we've had a jump of 165 incidents, but not a jump in suspensions.
Because I will tell you, at the high school, a lot of those others are going to be tardies and Saturday school, so you're not talking about out-of-school suspensions.
Right.
Like those automatic class cuts, that's where the majority of those come from.
So, all right, so I guess bring us back to the total enrolled.
Yeah.
In the comprehensive grammar school, it was 1057 now, and it's 1067 in March. Did we have 10 students unenroll since March? Because that doesn't show in our enrollment numbers. In the Donald P. Timoney School, it says 1196 is our total enrolled. In March, it was 1185. In the Marsh, it's 1,002 total enrolled. March, it was 1,003. And at the Tenney, it's 1269, and in March, it was 1269, and in March, it was 1263. So those numbers just don't add up with our enrollment numbers either. So I'm just curious where we're pulling these numbers from.
Yep, we'll look at everything.
Okay.
Yep. I just
That's all.
don't want to, not having it in front where the numbers are being pulled, I don't want to misspeak, and I think our team just needs the time to look at each of those.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? I have one question. The high school doesn't seem to have a repeat cell phone policy violation, just a headphone policy violation. Is that the case, or is it just not being put on here? Because it seems strange that the high school wouldn't have that, a cell phone, any cell phone issues.
I'll ask. I don't know that one. Yep. Yep, I'll make a note.
All right, moving on to new business. May I have a motion and a second to approve the disposition of the Pleasant Valley and Courier properties?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Member Shabilia, second by Member Willett. Discussion.
I have a question.
So I just want to mention that we are not including Ditts in Place on this, in this discussion today because it was not posted.
But the agenda was
It
posted.
was posted. We can have a discussion. We just can't do any vote.
Okay.
But I can amend the agenda from the table. So if we make a motion to include it, there should be no issue. So the fact that it wasn't on the original agenda should be moot. So at this point, I guess I'm going to make a motion to include the central school property in this vote.
Do I have a second? No, go ahead, Member De-
I wish we had some legal counsel on that. I totally agree with you, but we don't want to do something and have it.
It's not the first time we've amended a agenda at the table.
I just want to say, like I said, I talked to the city solicitor.
Who is not always right.
Again, you're right, but if they are right, and we do this, you are also then violating, and then that causes this whole agreement to go sideways. So I'd rather just do it right, just cover our butts, and just do it right.
It's 3 separate votes. If I don't have a second, I don't have a second. I tried. No big deal.
Yeah, I totally understand what happened. I would say, from our perspective, and I know the subcommittee's perspective, the Pleasant Valley and the Courier are probably the two most concrete schools to have this discussion and vote about to move forward. I think 10 Ditson Place needs to be on one of our next agendas, as, again, we can have a discussion, but it wasn't on the agenda as added to the actual motion to approve. So I understand all of that. We didn't do anything intentionally to violate anything. We just left it was on the memo, we just left it off of the agenda. So either way it goes, again, I think the Pleasant Valley and the Courier are the two most concrete, and to vote on tonight, that would be at least moving us in the right direction. And then the committee can have a conversation about Ditson Place if we have questions. I think there's more, to talk about with that particular building. Anyway.
All right. Discussion. Member Maxwell.
My only issue with considering the Pleasant Valley school, I know it's not in good condition. I know we can't use it. I would just like to see the city knock it down and start over and make a new school. So I know, there is not more land. We can't just find land. And we currently have a building. All of our schools are bursting at the seams, and it would just be nice to have an additional building, but that's the only discussion I bring to the table. I would just rather see it stay, maybe knock it down. Doesn't have to be tomorrow, maybe in 5 years, but at least we have the land, and we can create a new school.
Member DeZoglio.
To go off of Member Maxwell, Pleasant Valley knocking it down and creating a whole new school would probably cost more money for the city, which, by the way, right now they're saying we don't have. So that's one option. Me personally, I think I have no problem handing over Pleasant Valley and the Courier, especially the Courier that's right up the street. Honestly, I would love to fix it up, but that's why I also prefer we keep Central, but we'll have that discussion afterwards. But I'm all for moving with the Pleasant Valley and Courier.
Madam Vice Chair.
Member Willett.
Thank you. Going back to last year, I wanted to make sure that as a school committee, we attached conditions to declaring surplus those two properties, the Courier and the Pleasant Valley School. Now, this is not a fait accompli. This is going to be contingent upon those conditions being met, which would be reverting 100% back to our schools, to upkeep our schools. And that was something that I was very adamant last year. And I appreciate the subcommittee working on it. I think this is a strong message to the city council and to the mayor that we really have to tend to our schools. So I believe that ultimately it's contingent. So we declare surplus. If they don't agree with conditions, then it doesn't become finalized. And I think that was strong language, and I think it's been vetted by our attorney. So I appreciate the people involved in that process, and it was something that fulfills something going back to last year, because previously any surplus property just automatically went based on a school committee vote, and they did whatever they want with it. And I felt that we have a huge backlog of capital improvements that need to be accomplished, and this was something that working with the synergy of the school committee, and hopefully, I think the city council and the mayor are going to be on the same page regarding the backlog. And then, but we do have conditions, and it won't be finalized until those conditions are met. Thank you.
I have one question. How much is the upkeep on both of these properties that would come out of our budget? And will it come out of our budget for FY '26 so that maybe we could save some jobs?
I'd say you're going to save approximately $250,000 on utilities. I mean, that's probably the biggest thing. If something breaks, we do have to fix it, but you can't bet on that. I would imagine as soon as they accept it, I could eliminate that from our budget.
So just based on the rough number, if the city council accepts these, then we can save 3 teaching jobs, is what you're telling me?
Yep.
So that's actual student-facing positions that we're going to be able to save with the city council accepting these positions, these buildings back.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
If not more.
All right, thank you.
Wish I had a plug.
Dr. Kwong, is there a restriction on the funds? If this is accepted as is, what is the restriction on the use of those funds?
So I tried to capture it at the top, but didn't do a great job. But the restriction on the funds is that it has to go into a city fund earmarked for large infrastructure projects like roofs, HVAC. So that's what we would like to, I had that confirmed. Sean Cronin directed me in that direction to ask DLS Labor Services. I did, and that was the answer I received, that those proceeds would go, it would have to be done through the city, a revolving account of some kind, but that those funds would be earmarked for large-scale projects to upkeep our schools. These are not fix the sidewalks in front of the schools. These are not small-scale. He made it very clear. There is a law that he referred to. I apologize for not putting it in here, but I do have it written down when I did have that meeting with the lawyer from DLS to have that conversation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any more discussion? All right. Should we vote on these individually?
Yes.
Okay, so then how do we do this? Because we had a motion and a second to approve the disposition of the 2 schools.
So there's a motion written at the bottom of each of the schools, and so maybe it's that needs to be read separately.
So I'll make the motion.
Right.
So it's that for the Methuen School Committee to declare the Pleasant Valley property as surplus property and transfer the property to the city of Methuen contingent upon the 2 conditions listed above. If the city does not agree to the conditions above, the property will not be transferred.
Second.
All right, motion by Member Willett, second by Member Shabilia. More discussion or vote? I think roll call.
Member DiZoglio?
Yes.
Member Donovan?
Yes.
Member Keegan?
Yes.
Member Maxwell?
No.
Member Shabilia?
Yes.
Member Willett?
Yes.
Not here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Passes.
Yep, sure thing. Madam Vice Chair, I'll make the motion for the Methuen School Committee to declare the Courier School property a surplus property and transfer the property to the city of Methuen contingent upon the condition listed above. If the city does not agree to the condition above, the property will not be transferred.
Second.
Up to you.
All right, motion by Member Willett, second by Member Shabilia. Any more discussion? All right, roll call, please, Martha.
Member DiZoglio?
Yes.
Member Donovan? Yes. Member Keegan?
Yes.
Member Maxwell?
Yes.
Member Shabilia?
Yes.
Member Willett?
Yes.
Unanimous.
May I have a motion and a second to approve the distribution of reduction in force notices to meet the city administration's FY '26 budget submission to the city council?
Excuse me, Madam Vice Chair, so we're not going to have the discussion of Ditson Place?
Correct. We'll wait-
Okay.
we'll-
Okay.
You can have a discussion, you just.
Yeah, you can't vote.
It wasn't on the agenda
Do
to
you-
approve it with the other two schools.
If you'd like the discussion, sure, let's,
So I just want to say, because I've been against handing over Ditson Place for many reasons, just like Member Maxwell has said, down the road, because one thing about Methuen, we only think about now, and we don't think about 10 years from now. And we might want down the road, when things get better, maybe an alternative school, or we could use that building to expand the youth center or whatever. I am afraid, because Methuen has done this, and people that have lived in Methuen will agree, that type of real estate, which, by the way, the deed says it's supposed to be used as educational purposes, somehow, some way, someone knows something, and they end up turning to buildings like that into 100 units. And I am against turning buildings like that, especially when down the road we might want to have an alternative school, where we're running out of real estate here in Methuen. We need to think about keeping that for those purposes. That's just, I'm looking at Methuen Public Schools for the future. That is a great location for that, and that's why I'm strongly against of turning that building over to the city. That's all.
Member Willett.
I think just to validate what you were saying in terms of the utility costs, I think we have to unload what I perceive to be surplus buildings, because if we can save as much money as possible, maybe that will revert to saving positions. I think there was a question of jurisdiction that was raised by the city council, and I think it takes away from business from the school committee, and it takes away business from the city council. If we eventually give it back to the city, they'll have full jurisdiction over it. We could add conditions as well on it. And again, it's, I think, working in partnership with our city council colleagues and the mayor. But that was the thing that, well, who will be responsible for the upkeep? If there's issues with the youth center, is that the school committee responsibility? And I think our focus is the education of our children. And if we unload the surplus properties, we can focus, again, our energies on the education of the children and show that the money should go into the upkeep of our existing grammar schools and the high school. So I understand Member DiZoglio, but again, I'm looking at numbers right now, and we have to save as much as we can in terms of utilities. Thank you.
Member Donovan.
Since we're on the subject, I just have a quick question about this, the disposition of the buildings we just voted on. So what's the next step? Do we have a time, can we anticipate a timeline? And obviously, let me just ask those questions.
So there's a specific letter that we have to write to the city council chair and the mayor that the school committee, it's a very specific language. We did it the last time we voted. So I would include that from the secretary to the school committee that we took this vote, and these are contingent upon, and that it's up to them to put it on the city council agenda to have their discussion and vote on it at that level. Unfortunately, the last time the school committee approved the disposition of Pleasant Valley, it was contingent upon that becoming a youth center. It never made it to any city council agenda, so we have held that building even since that vote.
And that was
Now,
how
that
long
vote
ago?
is null and void because that's not what we're asking for at this point, right? It was contingent upon something different. We have kept it in the school department. I think that was in 2019. Martha, I think we found that letter 2020. It was a while ago that we had that disposition and was hoping that would be the youth center. But that building is just in complete disrepair at this point. It would be a total tear down.
Okay.
So that's the next step, is that my office would write the letter to the city council, again, chair and mayor, that this body took the vote to dispose of those buildings as surplus. And then we go from there. The next official city council meeting isn't until July 7th. It really is at the will of the chair and to put it on the agenda.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question. So currently, we have just Ditson Place is ours, and the DPW is in there, and there are other city departments in there. How much are they paying for the upkeep of the building currently? Zero. So we're paying entirely in our budget for the upkeep of a building for their offices. And what are their utility costs, or the utility costs of Ditson Place right now, number one? Number two, is there any major repairs that need to be done in that building that are going to have to come out of our budget in the near future?
I do believe there's a part that needs to be fixed in the boiler room, which happened right towards the end of heating season. It's not terribly expensive. It's like $5,000 or $6,000, and our guys can probably install it. So there's nothing. There's nothing.
You just jinxed yourself.
Really huge beyond that. I know that the youth center has been in there working diligently to upgrade a lot of stuff. So, but the one thing I can think of is that one item and I wish I remember exactly what part it was. So nothing major, but there's always stuff coming up, and right now we're not getting any help. I will say there was a tree that needed to come down on Ditson Place that the city did take care of. So that was good.
But they're not contributing to any of the utility costs or any upkeep or anything at this point for that building whatsoever?
I don't send them any bills. So as far as cleaning and that kind of stuff, they may. I'm not sure. I believe we have somebody who goes over 1 hour a day or something to.
We have the Adult Ed Center does pay for, because they pay for their services. So they have a custodian that comes 4 hours a day. They pay a small portion for tech and utilities and things like that in the building. Adult Ed, that's part of their grant. That's part of something that they have to do.
All right. So if they were chipping in for their utility costs for city offices, then maybe we could save a teacher's job.
Probably.
Any other discussion? No. Okay. May I have a motion and a second to approve the distribution of reduction in force notices to meet the city administration's FY26 budget submission to the city council? We can't talk about it until we have the motion and the second.
I will make them, I so moved.
Second.
All right. Motion by member Shabilia, second by member DiZoglio. Discussion.
Oh, go ahead.
May I just sort of start why this is on the agenda?
Get us going.
So the reason this is on the agenda is this is a very important formality for this committee for two reasons. The school committee voted a budget of operating budget of 102.6 million. This chart, and I really wish I knew how to make the letters bigger, but keep it in the same size, so I do apologize. But this chart is something we've looked at. We're looking at it with the union. We use this. We're trying to show a lot of things with this chart, but the bottom line is there's a bunch of positions on here with lines struck out. Okay? The stricken lines mean that those reductions are part of the 102.6 budget that you voted. This is the work that Ms. McCarthy and myself and the principals have been doing, right? We've had these conversations with these folks. We've been moving people. We've been following the contract language for reduction in force. We've been meeting with the union presidents to get this work done. So we are at a place where a good portion of the ones that are struck out, folks, not everybody, because it's a challenging task. So there are still some conversations that are happening over the next day or two with that budget. The rest of the positions that are not struck out are the positions we've sort of talked about and presented that would be eliminated to get us to a $99.5 million operating budget. So right now, the school committee has not authorized us to actually do that, and it was advised, I was advised to put it in front of the school committee to authorize our team to continue forward with those notices, because statutorily, that has to be done by June 15th, which for us is going to be Friday, June 13th. So we are looking to have all of these conversations and letters and moves in hands this week. And the reason for that is there is a good possibility that that's where our budget may land, because that is what is in front of the city council at this moment. If I do not give these layoff notices and make these moves and let people know this week, they remain in our budget, which means we start in September with a $102.6 million operating budget. And layoff notices may come in the middle of the year, or we have other issues that we will be up against as the school year starts. So that is not a place that we want, I don't think. That is a place that I know I don't want to be in. I don't think you want to be in. I would much rather follow our statutory obligations at this point, because we don't know where the city budget is going to end. And again, we all are aware that the first read for the city budget isn't until after that date, right? So after this week is the first read, so we will have no idea what the city council is considering or not considering until really that read, right? So I think from our perspective, and I know Ms. McCarthy is behind me, she is, right? Yes, okay. She's behind me. I think for our purposes, again, we want to make sure we're doing the right thing by the community, by our staff. We don't want to give people unnecessary layoffs, but they may be necessary, and we don't want to be caught in a position that we are really struggling to get out of when school opens. So it would be much better for us at this point to give layoffs and bring people back if those things change. It keeps the school committee and the school department in good standing with our obligations, which again is within your purview. So again, it seems odd, and I know several of you called me and said, this seems weird. We've talked about this. We know that that's the budget the mayor has put in front of the city council, but as far as formality, I don't have authorization or a vote approval from the school committee to continue to do this. And so, again, just on advice from council and others at this point, it was advised this is something that my colleagues have done. I have never been in this position, so I did seek advice from legal counsel and colleagues of what is the best course of action when this happens, where we're not going to have a budget by the statutory date to lay off staff. So I hope that makes sense. It's not, none of us want to be having this conversation, but I also know that the school committee needs to think about making sure that we follow the right regulations and keep ourselves in good standing.
Naomi?
Member Shabilia.
I made a comment to Ian yesterday when I was wandering through the office that we should just not do any of the layoffs, overspend like the city does, and then go back and ask for free cash. But I was told that that's not the way.
And what was Ian's response to that?
He had this aversion to doing things the wrong way and getting fired and going down in flames, and I think, where's your sense of adventure? But I had a high school teacher text me actually on my way here to the high school tonight saying that some of her department had already been notified, and she asked me if there was anything we could do, and I said I volunteered for this position to help, but at this point I feel like I'm only getting a front row seat to the downfall. And looking at this, that's kind of where my mentality is. Like, I told you, like, I don't know how to help. That being said, I did get a phone call from the mayor this afternoon, and I think that that conversation may play into this, depending on where the table lands. My conversation with the mayor, and I wish he was here, but I understand that they've got their own circus going at City Hall. His request was for me to bring forward for him the concept of level funding all of our non-contractual items. So before I share my opinion, his stance is that if we were to go through and level fund all of our non-contractual services in the other portion of our budget, that it would free up about $2.5 million, 2.1, whatever the number was, to offset student-facing positions, which
Bring back 28 positions.
I agree with. However, my concern, and I am having a bit of deja vu about it, and I said this to the mayor when I talked to him, because we've had this conversation now probably once a week for 6 weeks. It gives me a little bit of anxiety to think about purposely shorting a budget to save money. I personally think it's fraud, but what do I know? In his response to that to me, and I wish he was here because I'm not going to do the conversation a level of justice that it deserves, is that when it comes time, you just have to manage your line items better. That you have to be able to say, you know what, let's defer this and let's pay for this instead. And my question to him was, give me an example. Well, what is this? And then I used the example of when I assume the kid plugged up a drain at the marsh and we ended up with a giant bubble in the basketball court. Not budgeted, have to pay for it. So now you're going from bad to worse. And I don't want to build a budget the same way the city does with the plan to go back and ask for free cash. I don't think that is legal. And that's, so I mean, I'd be curious to know what the table thinks, because yes, the math is there and it's a little bit more than $2 million, and it would return a lot of money to our student-facing positions. But I was very honest with the mayor and said, while I'm sure there are some line items in there that we could scale back on, I am not comfortable in saying, okay, here our utilities are this much this year, we know what we paid. Is there anybody in the room who's ever seen their gas bill go down or their electric bill go down? That stuff is going to go up. You have to make a good faith assessment on what that's going to be. You can't budget in bad faith. I don't even know if that's a thing, but you know what I mean. You can't purposely underfund a budget. And I wish he was here to fight with me. But I guess, Ian, first, going to you, are there line items in there that we can kind of pull back on and kind of hope for the best?
Well, you do remember the number was originally 103 million, 103 and some change. And I did this after you came in. We got a list from the mayor. I level funded plowing. I level funded as much as I felt. I mean, plowing is a crapshoot. It could be a great year, it could be a bad year.
On that note, plowing, I know the city is allowed to overspend on snow removal. Are we allowed to overspend on snow removal? Or is that different because?
My understanding, I have to stay within the school budget.
Okay.
You know, obviously, if the city wants to help us out, we'd gladly take the money. But we've always tried to stay within the school budget. I can tell you that
curiosity, I don't have it in front of me.
For grounds and building maintenance, repair and maintenance, for all our buildings, the increase is $63,500. Okay, that's gone. We are, like, that's nothing in the grand scheme of the size of our buildings. We've already cut $100,000 from extraordinary maintenance. In addition, so essentially, repair and maintenance is down 37.5 or 33.5. So that's super tight. Plowing is nothing. So after dark is up 60 grand. Do we cut after dark? Does he want me to level fund that, and we already owe it because the kids already went? So how do I level fund that? The tech department as a whole looks a little funky in there. Some are high, some are cuts. If you look at the whole tech department, not the salaries, just contracted services, supplies, and other expenses, okay? The total increase for this year in the regular budget is $556,000. Now, I want to remind you that last year, our budget, we had a similar budget issue. We took $500,000 from a homeless grant to pay for devices for technology. So if I back out that $500,000 that we did spend from somewhere else, it's an increase of $56,800 for tech. There's nothing left to cut. Utilities, okay? Just talk about this year. We budgeted $2,801,000, okay? 2.8 million. Year to date, we've spent 3.2. In this year's FY26 budget, I budgeted 3.1. I think I'm too tight. I am not going back and level funding that. I know, I mean, we're going to have to be cold, we're going to have to be warm in the wrong seasons, you know, in order to make what I have in there now, but I certainly can't go back. So the thought that we didn't go through every line and think of it, the business office, I will tell you, went from $1,000 to $2,000 in the repair and maintenance line. Well, year-to-date, we've spent $1,900. We have maintenance on our folding machine that folds our checks, so we don't use a folder. Like, we're not hiding money. There's no fluff. We've been through every line. Cutting any further? I might as well work on my resume, because I've been down this road before. So, I mean, if the mayor, and I don't know where he's getting the $2.5 million, unless he's cutting sped tuitions, transportation.
So he did specifically say not cutting anything special ed and anything transportation.
Well, those are the big ticket items.
Yeah, but transportation and special ed are non.
Right, that's what I'm thinking.
But I fully acknowledge, and I had that conversation with him, there's certain things in this section that are non-personnel but are still necessary.
Yeah, I will say athletics transportation doubled in our new contract. I did not exactly double what we spent this year. Year-to-date, we spent $150,000. I only put $250 in the budget. Referees, this year we budgeted $75,000. We've already spent over $125,000. And they're getting, I believe, an 11% pay raise. It might be 7 or 11.
Who gives those pay raises?
That's MIAA? Not us.
I was going to say, I didn't vote on that.
No. No, but, I mean, what's the option? We don't pay for our referees, or our kids don't play sports? I mean, that's not an option either. Hey.
I hate to do this, but I see Attorney McNulty sitting back there trying to hide behind Dr. Kwong. Could we ask you a quick question?
You can ask whatever you like. If you mind if I confess that I wasn't really listening.
No, that's totally fine. I'm going to catch you up real quick and fast. And just so you know, if it was Macaro sitting there, I would have done the same thing to him. If the school committee directs Ian and his office to level fund line items that we, beyond a reasonable doubt, know are going to be higher than we're funding them, are we committing an offense of any kind?
I don't know. Grab the mic, but I can find out.
Oh, you're getting yelled at. Get the mic.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't know the answer to that, Counselor, but I'll find out.
That'd be appreciated.
Does that work out? Okay, I'll talk to Mike, and we'll get an answer for you.
Thank you.
Okay? Good.
Crime of convenience. Thank you.
Member Lett.
My 14 years of service, this is the wrong road to go down. I saw a massive deficit of $4 million that I warned the city councilor about and the school committee about, and they laid at the feet of the special education. The two biggest budget busters, in my estimation, is that the health insurance costs are exploding, and the special education costs are exploding. How do you rein in special education costs? Because that's a mandate. And the healthcare costs, I've already been on record, is that we should be joining the GIC. That requires a 70% threshold of the unions. Has he approached the municipal unions at all? I know Councilor DiZoglio was talking about pot dispensaries like I talked about at a prior meeting, and I'm conservative. And I'm like, I want to at least try to bank some money to help our schools. Has he offered to put that on the agenda, or the mayor, has he offered to put that on the agenda? I'm not perceiving a sense of any shared sacrifice from our municipal partners. We just resolved 2 major contracts, and I can give the information to anybody. Those 2 unions gave massive concessions over the course of 10 years. A lot of zeros, ones, and twos. And I know their municipal partners did not equally share in that sacrifice. And we used to have a sense of shared sacrifice. So if we, in terms of cost of living adjustment, we were told point blank that there was parity. But it's interesting that there's no parity in terms of concessions from our municipal partners. But we're going to ask our teachers and paraprofessionals for concessions and all that hard work. And again, my colleagues, I wasn't part of those negotiating teams, countless hours. And then also to criticize the attorneys that were part of that process and our legal fees as part of that process to make sure we were doing everything by the book, and saying that somehow the school system is going to lawyer up on certain items. I would challenge the city solicitor's office, and they can furnish the information. Maybe a counselor can furnish information of how much the city solicitor's office farms out legal expenses, because I know for a fact, when I was on the city council, we had a city solicitor and he had a legal secretary, and that was it. That office has exploded. Okay, and at times, I know Member Shabelia and I have said, is that person even qualified to give legal advice? Okay, and I have deep concerns about the current occupant on an interim basis, whether or not that person has legal capacity to give legal advice. We're really going into a very dangerous situation. This was a compromise package that was absolutely terrible. I'm willing to take that vote. And unfortunately, we had meeting after meeting after meeting, consecutive meetings. So it was not, if there's anybody saying we're going to complain about the school committee's schedule on the budget, we met any time on the budget and we heard people left and right. And we didn't limit them speaking and saying 5 minutes, please, wrap it up. We heard every single person. We spent hours. And we've been working behind the scenes, and we had a compromise plan. And again, the most conservative, reasonable, sensible thing is to vote on this thing that is atrocious. But I'm not going to go down the road. I know, Member Shabelia, again, you identified a term that it could very well be, and it, again, our own attorney has concerns about it, and I know I have confidence in Ian. I've been working with him for years. You know, again, if you sat down with us instead of going through the press, that's one thing, but you're not. And you're not approaching the other side to even entertain concessions. So where's the sense of parity? That's totally out the window. Everything's going to be on the schools. And then now you're going to encroach on the integrity of the school committee. and you're going to do things by executive order, and then you're going to tell us what we should be doing with our budget that we voted upon, but then you bypassed our budget anyways. And I know for a fact, it's in state law, 2/3 of the city council can take up the original vote of the school committee. They can, and we got a legal advisory on that. But, you know, it's something where you pass the buck, and you don't take responsibility, and there's no shared sacrifice, and our kids end up suffering. And I'm not going to put it on the backs of unions, and I don't think it's fair. All the hard work we did is all of a sudden say, oh, by the way, can you give us another zero this year? I'm not going to do that, so I'm not going to belabor the point. Thank you.
Member DeZoglio?
So, hearing from everything, the first off is during COVID, we worked, me and Dr. Kwong, and the teachers took a zero and sacrificed during COVID when pretty much everybody else kind of didn't. And the $1,500, yep, which our teachers did not get. And so since then, I've always said, again, I know budgets, I understand, and they always use we're the largest of the budget. However, education continues to change. Costs, different way of handling special ed, how transportation is, you know, it's really hard, especially, again, as an educator, as we continue to develop education and all that, money just seems to be always shortchanged to us. And I'm with Member Willett. I will not vote a zero, tell my union to vote a zero. It was an idea, but if at the end of the day, why do we have to take a zero again when we have already taken a zero in the past, especially during COVID when we were uncertain, where we didn't know, we were also preparing to lay off teachers too back then, but luckily the union said, we'll take a zero to spare our union members, and we gave it back to them. But again, they had to sacrifice during one of the times in history where we were so uncertain about things. Other unions got $1,500 in the meantime. And don't talk like that. I'm just saying also, in the consolidation and all that, I feel like, again, this is who has the more power in the situation. However, I don't think, why should we sacrifice, which, by the way, our IT department is more advanced than the city. We are. When something breaks in the school, we fix it in a day, pretty much. Maybe two. Where the city, it's still delayed. It gets delayed for a while, and I could be wrong. I'm not trashing our ID department on the city side. I honestly haven't talked to them. But however, I know our IT department, we can handle the schools. They know how to fix Chromebooks. They have to do all that. I know the city doesn't have the manpower, and me and Member Keegan have talked about that. They couldn't fix the Chromebooks as fast as we can. So why should we have to put kids' education on hold so we can save a buck? We need to stop thinking about now and start thinking how this is going to impact our schools 5 years from now. It has to stop here about thinking in the present and start thinking about 5 years down the road. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Member Maxwell?
So this may seem like a silly question, but are the positions that we're talking about right now, are those, once we vote on this, are those the ones that are, there is no more discussion about it, those are the ones to go, there's no more moving positions around, it's, I guess I'll get to my point. So there's the reading specialists are still on here, and, you know, we've heard from them continuously over the last 4 meetings, and, I mean, 9 of the reading specialists came here and talked, and we're going to cut that down to 6. It's just scary because if we get rid of the reading specialists now, it's only going to cost us more money in the future. So I don't know if we can, I mean, obviously I don't want to lay anybody off, but if we can restore the reading specialists and find that somewhere else, I know we have no choice but to kind of vote for this, but I'd be more apt to do that. I just can't vote reading specialists out when we're struggling so bad with reading.
What would you like me to replace? Those have been the conversations of.
I mean, I've given
we're running out of
suggestions.
places. Yeah, we're running out of places to do that.
Yeah, I don't know where to find them. I don't know what to do, but I do know that in 2019, we started with 33 reading specialists, and we're going to be down to 6 if we go forward with this cut. We have, no, not welcome to Methuen. We have kids, we literally had 38 teachers speak on how our kids aren't reading. We cannot get rid of reading specialists, bottom line. So it has to be pulled from somewhere else, and I don't know where that is, but I've given 23 suggestions since we started this budget proposal. So I'm hoping that we can do that, and if it has to be voted on tonight, then maybe come up with a solution tonight. But the reading specialists can't go.
Member DeSalvo.
So as I suggested, is there any way we could put the reading specialists on the Title I grants and remove?
They already are.
They already are. All right. See,
We've already adjusted for all grant positions and reductions and a reduction in the grant, right? So we've said this before, we are getting the Title I and IDEA, but there will be a reduction in the amount that we get. So we're trying to be also very cautious. It won't be a one-to-one replacement. So we've accounted for that in what we've presented you as well. Colleen and Ian have calculated that to make sure that we are not over calculating what our grant allocation will be, because that's not okay too. So we're trying to, and again, we won't have those numbers until probably mid-July.
Member Donovan.
We've really gone on a bird walk away from what we're supposed to talk about, but this is really important to me, and I agree with you, Member Maxwell, and I just want to say it once. 3 years ago, right after COVID, our teachers said, yes, while the kids are coming back, everyone's out of sorts, yes, we will take on this really, really complicated, whole new way of teaching reading. And it made a difference. I was in the schools at the time, and it made a huge difference. And it was a time when everyone felt hopeful about the direction of our city. When we had the data that said, look we know now how to teach reading. We have embraced the science of reading. We had all the high quality materials, and it was a real team effort, and we saw the difference. And today we're at a point, and we kept it going with the commitment. There were 3 pillars, I think. Transparency with parents, always communicating what the scores were, a dedicated time set aside for kids to work just on reading. That was unheard of. Every day, the whole school stopped, and people focused on teaching kids how to read. And there was a 3rd pillar, and it just slipped my mind. But my point being, here we are today. And Member Maxwell, the reading specialists are one thing. We've cut the humanities supervisors, and they're the people who drive the literacy, who go in and model, who are the literacy experts. The fact that we're getting rid of them, to me, is implausible. And beyond the reading specialists who we need, we are now looking at losing some wonderful teachers who are well-versed in the science of reading. And I cannot believe that this is where we are. And we are going to be known as Methuen, the city that can't read. That's what I feel like. I have nightmares about it. And to think that we're just being told what to do. Well, here's the deal. We have been good soldiers all along. we have done exactly what our leader has told us to do. I think it was May 21st, we're all, well, what number do we move forward? The mayor told us what number to move forward. And Dr. Kwong and her team came up with a budget. And I feel like the target keeps moving, and we're being blamed. And I don't want it to be that way. For 30 years, it's been town versus gown. There's been that wall up between city and school committee members, for whatever reason. And I was so hopeful, and I remain hopeful, because we had 6 city councilors say, I'd love to hear about your budget. Just, you know, in informational meetings. It never has happened that I know of, where city councilors say, let me sit down, right? Accepted an invitation very graciously, came and asked some really good questions. And I feel for the city council right now, because they're in between a rock and a hard space right now. I really thought we were headed in the right direction as a community. And I think the reading, our literacy, and our reading concerns, kind of an indicator of how Methuen values things. We know literacy, communities with good literacy rates, crime rates lower, citizens are more involved, they make more money. And to me, the reading specialists, the humanities, this whole thing just represents how we view what's important in our world. And I'm just so disappointed right now. I look to our city councilors, because I think there's some fabulous leaders on that committee who are willing to take some risks, willing to sit down once we get beyond this to think about where we're going. And I really believe they're going to do the right thing, but they're in a terrible situation. And I'm so frustrated, and I'm sorry if I'm not making sense, but I have never thought we'd get to this situation where we don't value anything as simple as important as literacy. And shame on us if we don't fight this a little bit more. And not just the reading specialists. They're important, but everything that comes with them, and the hard work of the last 3 or 4 years of our staff. Because, man, that first year was so hard. The kids were all out of whack with COVID. We were all out of whack. And the teachers say, yes, we'll take on this really complicated program, because we want our kids to excel and become literate, and our community will be better because of it. So that said, we have a decision to make right now. I'm sorry. And I don't know where this is going to end, but I think we need to fight for a literate Methuen.
Hold on. Dr. Kwong?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I think this is a good time to interject, because, and Member Donovan, you often ask me, like, what's the next step?
Yep.
Right? So we have a decision to make tonight. But I would also say, right, like, we have to prepare for what's concrete and in front of us, and that's what we're trying to do. And again, we're not going to keep saying and beating it, beating the dead horse, that none of us want to be here, and we didn't think we were going to be here. Because I believe it was the May 12th meeting that we decided on what number we were going to post in the media.
Just to clarify, who told us to do that? I don't want to put you on the spot. Was I correct in saying?
I think it was a unanimous agreement to move forward.
Under the direction of the mayor? That's my memory of it, and I don't want to be wrong, but that was my memory of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a unanimous decision at the end to move forward with the $103 million to post and to get prepared for the budget books. That was what we were.
But it was what we could work with.
What we were trying to put forward. But the other part is to understand, right, like, our weeks are going to be really crazy here for the next several weeks. And I say we because it's us in this room, all of us, right? Our work may not be done. So depending on how the city council, right, how this goes, you will, as a body, be required to come back to the table if there is a no vote, if there's less money, more money, additional money, because that's, right, there's a job to be done here to vote a budget. So we understand that process. We're trying to get through this week first, but prepare for, even if a supplementary budget comes, there's going to be additional funds. What does that mean? That means coming back to you, and we're adding money now to a budget that has to be approved by the school committee. You are the authorizing board. So there's other pieces that are going to take place here. If a number changes with the city council, same thing. We have to meet. You are the authorizing board that would have to vote on what comes back, what my recommendation is going to be to you, and then what you will ask to be done. Those are all next steps, but right now we're in the moment because our statutory timeline ends this Friday for some very important decisions. And again, we have people at stake here and livelihood at stake that we are just not comfortable in playing with that. I don't think that's fair for our staff. We've been very open with them. The conversations are personal. And we're at the time that they need to happen if they're going to happen. And again, the hopeful part of all of us, I think, is that we're not at the end of this process and that these positions now can be brought back. We can bring back elementary teachers. We can bring back reading teachers. We can look at, that's my hope. But there's absolutely no guarantee that any of that's going to happen and when. Right? That's the hard part, is the when and the what may it be.
I have a couple questions. So first, obviously none of us want this, but there are people involved, and it's only fair to do the right thing for those people. And so while it kills me, yes, of course, this is what we need to do. But my question is, we lay someone off, we let them know that they're being laid off. If the city council in 2 weeks votes to give us more money, which I know it doesn't work exactly that way, but whatever. So we end up having more money, and we're able to recall somebody. Are they staying on unemployment? Like, how does the unemployment payments happen so that, like, do they get to stay on unemployment for the whole summer if we've recalled them? How does that work?
No, once we recall, the unemployment stops.
Okay.
You know how much she loves talking. I would also add, right, there's a very different process for non-professional status teachers as there are for professional status teachers. So the recall part of that comes when it's professional status teachers in a very specific manner under the contract.
So if we were to say, okay, here's the pile of people that we have to give notices to, and as a school committee, we say, reading specialists come back first. Now, does that mean that reading specialists come back first, or does that mean that whoever is in the pecking order comes back first? Like, are we able to say that? Like, are we able to say that these positions are the ones that come back, or do we have to recall people in order of their seniority?
Your job would be positions.
Okay.
Our job is, the people is potentially very different than
the position.
What you think, yeah, the positions. So that's the part that is, and again, we've told you this, but it's the most complicated in this manner, and we're, I've watching Colleen do it, talking to the union, talking to us. We don't want to get this wrong, right? So every step, it's the hire date, it's the letters, it's if two people were hired at the exact same time, what is the next thing we're looking at? That's what we're doing right now. That's what's happening, right? There are staff that may not have the appropriate license. Those are non-renewals. There are people who, again, I think we have a few cases where they were hired on their professional status and they're hired on the exact same day. So now we have to agree with the union, what's that next thing we're looking at? So again, the conversations are pretty detailed, deep dives at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Member Maxwell.
Just one quick follow-up question, and kind of off base here, but the city is telling us that they are giving us more money here and here and here, but at the end of the day, aren't we getting less this year than we got last year for our budget?
Madam Vice Chair.
So the more money that's coming is happening so that we don't have to lay off even more people. So there is the letter I sent to the community, right? The city is granting us the one-time free cash for special education costs this year that won't be on our books. That the things that are happening right now are historic on so many different levels. Again, my 23 years here, I've never experienced that. Maybe I wasn't completely paying attention to that in my early years, but the fact that those things are happening is where some of those funds are coming from the city to offset the funds for the school so that we have less reductions for next year. The non-net is the big one. We were prepared to then go to another layer of reductions to be able to find the gap in the non-net 1.6. The mayor has said the city council seem to be well informed and understand what that means, that we're moving forward with the $11 million number for transportation, but that does mean that as soon as free cash is certified, there's going to be an ask to transfer free cash to fill that gap. So I think, Member Maxwell, that's a lot where those comments are coming from. There are things coming to the schools right now to help us offset a deeper situation than we're feeling right now. So when you say less, yeah, I mean, our non-net just increased so much this year, right? Because of that contract. If it didn't and we were in the same contract, we probably wouldn't have the gap we have right now. It would be close to 9-10 million, which it was last year, not 11.2 million, right? So it's all of those things are all happening at the same time. Yes.
Member Willett. Oh.
I'm sorry, because maybe I missed it, but how many slips are we finalizing on? Do you have that number yet, or is it because of bumping too soon to tell?
So it's not too soon to tell. So what we would like to present to you tonight is, so that middle section, the grammar school teachers have been the most challenging to provide layoff notices for. At this time, even the ones that are struck out in here have not received notices, because as we go to the next layer of 99.5 million, it changes the game for many people. So, and I know this is confusing, and if Colleen is behind me and can have if there's a better way to say this, I, encourage her to come up and help me here. But the middle section there with the grammar school teachers, people who have the same teaching license of 1 through 6, that's where it becomes also very complicated on who's going where. And so the way we have looked at this with the union is we have 28 layoffs to give this week. That includes a little bit of the 102.6, because we haven't done just those grammar school ones at this point, and then an additional number to get to the 99.5. Ms. McCarthy, did I miss anything? Do you want me to say it differently? Why don't you roll your chair over, or
Come on, Colleen, get comfy. Join us.
I try so hard to stay away from this microphone.
Excuse me, Vice Chair, I don't mean to interrupt, but we need to take a motion.
Can I get a motion in a second to extend the meeting past 9 p.m.?
So moved.
So moved.
Moved by Member Shabilia, second by Member DiZoglio. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
So the tricky part right now for us is figuring out where people are going to go based on seniority and license. Majority of the staff at the grammar school has the 1-6 license, which is easy, until you look at some of our lower seniority people who are in kindergarten, and now we're looking for the early childhood license, or anyone who might have, on the other end, the 7-8 license, which is more subject-specific. So it's a little complicated right now.
So we don't have a final number?
I think so.
Did I miss it?
We feel comfortable with the 28 number because we have gone through this with the union and moved and
28.
counted. I think the most important part for us is to understand that there are still today and tomorrow, there are folks who are resigning for a variety of reasons, feeling unsettled. We have some moving out of state and are
Can't
giving
say
us
that I
those
blame
notice
them.
now. You know, so everything that happens there makes this now different, right? So then if this person resigns, does that leave another spot open for somebody who was getting laid off at this school, or maybe the licenses don't match and it's a vacancy because we don't have it's a one-off license. So those are all things that we are considering as well. So for us, the total number would be, and again, we hate using exact because there is that, differential of like 2-ish, because we're gonna have those situations in the next 3 days, believe it or not. Like, we're expecting a couple letters tomorrow. We want that to play into our calculations and moving people, so it's less, right? We're hoping for less of this by being able to move people. Again, if people are moving out of state and they have these plans, that's, not because of this situation, right? And it is gonna happen anyway, but then does allow us spots for people.
How many have already gone out?
I'm trying to count.
We've been going by position, so we haven't been counting, right? We've been going by the budget and positions with non-renewals and layoffs.
Well,
One school left, though.
Sitting
Two schools left.
in this chair, sitting at City Hall during council meetings, there are a lot of numbers that get thrown around.
I know.
And at one point in time, those numbers may have all been correct.
Right. It's true. So unfortunately, I think people are holding us to, I said it on record multiple times, right? A number of 19 with the 102.6 and a number of 43 Unit A with the 99. Even now, those two have changed at this point, right? And I made that really clear when we presented it, that this is it today, but this is not necessarily it each day and each week as people are moved, people resign, positions become open.
I see Colleen is still mathing.
I believe. I think I've done 6. I've had more conversations, so that's what I'm trying to run through my head. I've had more conversations because we did have some professional status teachers in positions that they weren't originally hired for, so then they have different rights. There have been some open positions we've been able to move people into.
So by June 15th, we're looking at a total of somewhere in the ballpark of 35-ish.
35 to 40
Okay.
is fair.
Unit A.
Unit
A.
Yes, I mean, we talked about, BBEs are still being spoken to and offered PA jobs. Our Unit B folks have been spoken to. Our unaffiliated folks have also been spoken to. Not all of them, but again, these are all happening in the buildings right now. So again, Colleen has a couple more buildings to go to tomorrow with the principals.
So how many total people?
47-ish?
Ish.
Yep. Again, we also created a chart for ourselves with this. I did not want to give it to you tonight because it is just, it's a moving chess game until everything falls, that we can say for K-4 health teachers, these are the 4 actions that were taken with those 4 positions. Here's how many people are now in the column that says they will be collecting unemployment and received a layoff notice. It's that deep, like we are getting that detailed because those 4 health teachers, 2 of them have other licenses, 2 are professional status, 1's non-professional status, right? It's all of those pieces that we have to do right by each individual position. That is what is the time-consuming part of this. And then, of course, Colleen physically going to every one of these buildings with the principals and having these conversations with each BBE, with the medical assistants, with the teachers, asking for choices. There's a couple, right? We have to We have to offer the vacancy as a choice first to the whole department by contract, so then we have to wait 3 days for that to come back. So that has all been happening. This is the week that now everything has to fall into place and those letters have to be handed.
Member Donovan.
I hope we can take the vote. We've always done the right thing by our staff. And as much as this hurts, I think this is the right thing to do. So I think we should move forward. Good?
Just very quickly, the saddest thing about this is that we're not in a recession. The economy is booming at the state. They got more incoming revenue at the state. And we have to make the sacrifices at the local level. It's absolutely I don't even know an equivalent other than is because of a prior administration, what they did. But give me a very good economic times that we're doing something like this. It's just devastating. Thank you.
All right, let's have a roll call.
Member DiZoglio?
I'm sorry, but I'm going to vote no.
Member Donovan? Yes. Member Keegan?
Yes.
Member Maxwell?
No.
Member Shabilia?
Yes.
Member Willett?
Yes.
Where is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 yes, 2 no.
And just for the record, I'm saying sorry because I know that puts everybody else in a difficult spot. But as a clear conscience of both as an educator and school committee member, I can't. I'm sorry.
The one that we just done. Okay. All right, does the committee have any questions on the expenditure report? No? All right, may I have a motion and a second to approve the authority to transfer funds to close out fiscal year '25?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Member DiZoglio, second by Member Willett. Discussion.
As we discussed earlier, I'm going to clean up those salary lines as soon as I can, move any remaining funds, and try to leave as much as possible in the circuit breaker and/or any grants where we could leave money in grants. Any transfers that are done among sections, you guys will get a notification before. Last year, I believe it was the second week of July. I gave myself an extra week this year because last year I was rushed. So by July 25th, you'll have a summary of what was done, as will the CAFO.
No dollar left behind, Ian.
No dollar left behind.
No penny left behind.
Pennies are getting obsolete.
Right?
Where is the money coming from to be transferred?
I'll be moving any leftover funds in professional salaries, other salaries, and then we'll be moving it into contracted services and then into circuit breaker. Yeah, so it'd be from vacant positions or people who took leaves of absence so we couldn't fill. Any remaining funds in those areas will end up in circuit breaker so we can spend on tuitions next year.
All right. Roll call, Martha?
Member DiZoglio?
Yes.
Member Donovan?
Yes.
Member Keegan?
Yes.
Member Maxwell?
No.
Member Shabilia?
Yes.
Member Willett?
Yes.
5 yes, 1 no. Passes.
Does the committee have any questions on the revolving funds report? No? All right. Member Maxwell?
As far as the facility rentals, is there a list on who rents the facilities and how much they pay?
I can get you a list of that.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. It used to be a lot larger, but there was a constant battle between school wants to use it, outside people want to use it. At the end of the day, we are a school first, so we do kind of focus on that first, and then anywhere we can fill in with rentals, we do. But I can get you a list of what we've done for this year.
Member Keegan. To, I don't know, you or Dr. Kwong, whoever, can we get onto the next agenda a discussion about rentals so we can review the rates for potential updates and to take a look at the auditorium for utilization. I recall when it was built that there was a big focus on renting it, and I don't know if we do a whole lot of that. So if that's something we can put on the agenda for discussion when, if ever settles down, then that'd be great. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, does the committee have any questions on the grants report? Member Maxwell?
Is there money added to this throughout the year? So there is. So I see that, I want to say, don't quote me, but I think in March, our number for the school health was 29,000, and now it's 37.5. Is that just because we get more? Okay. Thank you.
Member DiZoglio?
What are we doing with that $677.89? That's been bothering me now
It's
for
in the
the
back of
last,
my, it's in the back of my head, and as soon as they need something for the playground, we're going to purchase it.
Wait, so the fence, that fence that was...
That fence has been fixed.
Okay, so we don't need a fence anymore, right?
No, and that was way more than $600.
We could have used it, could have used 676.
So waiting for them to replace the nets, the basketball nets, or buy basketballs, or stuff like that. There's little stuff that does come in. When it does come in, we'll use those funds.
Okay. I'm like member, well, now Councilor Pesh with the ice rink, that's my bother now.
Are there any questions on the student activities report?
There was one here, the DECA. Is that because they went on that class trip and because a few months ago when we got this report, it was at $8,346.
Yes, a good chunk of that went towards their trip. I believe between the districts, state, and the nationals, and ended up costing around $70,000. We did take some of it from student activities. They did do a fundraiser, which raised about, don't quote me, but it was about $4,000. That is being deposited back into this account to replenish that account.
Okay. And then the student deficit account at the Tenny is like 22 grand. And then there was another one that was the community programs at the Timony, the $2,788, and now it's $109. What does that money go towards?
The community programs is the before and after school program, and primarily used to run out of the Timony.
Yep.
And for their field trips, it was a lot quicker and easier to write them out of the student activities account.
Okay.
Rather than go through the 2-week warrant process for every field trip. They are going through the warrant process now, so we've spent that down, and I'm trying to get them ahead of the curve on doing the warrant process and doing it through Munis.
I know it's the end of the year too, so everybody's doing fundraisers, and it was just like the big numbers that I was just curious.
Yes, and the deficit account is any funds that are raised by not necessarily one group, but by the school. Say they do class pictures and we get 10% back.
Okay.
That goes into that account and then covers any grade levels, groups, whatever, that don't have enough for their, kids might not be able to afford it or whatever. I do know there were just 2 transfers at the Tenny out of that account into grade 8 activities to cover some T-shirts, et cetera.
Thank you. That's all.
Does the committee have any questions on the food services report? Yes. Member Love.
Are we envisioning a survey at some point? Because I've been asking that since the last year or so. I don't know if we've done a survey of the kids.
I do
No, it's at
remember
the end
having
of
the
the year.
conversation with Mr. Friday.
Yeah.
I'll have to find out where we are with that and
So
what
over
we're
the
gonna
course
put on
of the
survey.
summer, when the kids return in that first month or two,
Yeah.
I think that's the wheelhouse right then.
And I may call you, Ken, for some ideas on exactly what kind of questions you want to see,
As a
just to
food-
see what kind of information we're going
I
to get.
mean, like a Lackett scale, you know, it's
Yeah.
not going to be, it's going to be 10 questions at the most for these
Yeah.
kids, not over the top. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken.
All right, we're on to the discussion on additional budget meetings. So this was mine. It was recommended by some city council members that we get some budget meetings on the books so that we're not rushed and we're able to get them scheduled because we have our 48-hour waiting period. I spoke to the mayor this afternoon. He recommended that we put one on the books for Thursday so that we can try to, this Thursday is what he would like, if that's possible, because he wanted to go into the city council meetings for the first read with a consensus, if that's possible. So it's a discussion for us to have. It is likely that if we don't go to the city council with a consensus budget, they're going to kick it back on us, and we're going to have to meet next week in between first and second read, right? So it's, are we going to be prepared for it? Are we going to try to get something before first read? Or are we going to wait for first read, have it kicked back, which is going to be a disaster, and it's going to set us up as a city for a 1/12 budget, right?
I'm okay
So-
with the 1/12 budget. That
So-
consensus is gone, though.
Right. So do we schedule a meeting for this week, this Thursday? Do we schedule a meeting for next week? Do we not schedule anything and just let the situation, I'm open for the discussion.
I see some pain on Dr. Kwong's face, so I'm curious to get her insight into the matter.
I don't think we should wing it. I don't think we should wing it.
Okay.
I do think if folks are telling us that we should have a meeting, we should have one. I remember the year where we did have to really pull together quickly a school committee meeting because the city council, after the budget hearing, which ours is tomorrow evening, requested some things. We were actually able to make that happen before the first read, and it went through. But we weren't in this kind of time frame when that happened. I don't know what a meeting this Thursday means. I don't know what the consensus, I don't know what that means. I'm unaware, that is not something I'm familiar with. I'm not sure what we would do this week that would be different if we did schedule one maybe next week, right after the first read. I mean, the only thing we could post it to see what the questions are, post in the conversation tomorrow night at the workshop. I'm not aware. I'm out of like the territory here. I'm not sure what that would do. I'm not opposed to it. I just don't know what the agenda would be.
So the mayor had said that he would work with you tomorrow on the agenda, but my understanding is that he would like us to have a budget to present that meets his number for the first read. That's my understanding.
So, thank you.
So, in my response to that is no. First of all, I don't like the fact that we're being told that the mayor's going to work with Dr. Kwong on the agenda where, and at the end of the day, it's clearly he wants us to beat his number. Why waste her time? And I know I'm not going to vote on that number. So, and I feel like from what everybody's saying, they're not going to vote on that number. So, and also I'm not going to sit here on a Thursday night and look at everybody, as much as I love you all, but we all know what we're gonna do, it's gonna be a waste of a meeting. So if you guys wanna go and look at each other on Thursday night, be my guest, because you know my answer already. It's gonna be no.
So, to take the temperature of the table, my feeling would be, Dr. Kwong, have that conversation with the mayor tomorrow, and I defer to your better judgment. If you come out of that conversation thinking, we need a meeting Thursday, shoot me an email, I'll be there. But if you walk out of that agenda, that call with him, and you don't think that that meeting is going to be fruitful or a good use of anybody's time, I might go do karaoke at the Marsh.
Yeah.
It's music bingo, it's not karaoke.
Is that, I thought it was karaoke.
It's music bingo.
I was told karaoke.
But what people are gonna be singing, it's gonna be karaoke.
I'm gonna make it karaoke with Ryan. Gotta find some fun somewhere, Ian, okay?
All right. Regardless of this week, I will do that. If approached about a meeting, have that discussion and let the school committee know. I do think that we should have a meeting scheduled on the books, because I also have to let school ends, right? So our kids and Brian, folks are gonna leave. I wanna make sure we have scheduled so that we can have Derek and Logan and folks here. I wanna give them enough notice too, to make sure that we're here and in person and have viewing. Next week is a tough week to schedule one, but I also would say we can be creative, meaning it doesn't have to be at 6 o'clock.
When is first read again?
The 16th. And then it continues on the 17th if needed. So what would help is if, I mean, I don't know if I request that, or the chair and the vice chair request that the city council actually we go in order, and we're typically towards the end, but to do it on Monday within the first group, so that we know we have a first read and we know where we stand on Monday night, so that Tuesday night or Wednesday afternoon, or, again, our options are a little more open without students and kids, right? We can have it it's up to you guys on how that works. Work schedules, virtual, I don't know. But I do think the 18th, there is an event, I believe, that you have all been invited to at the youth center that has been planned for a very long time, and I honestly would hate for us to miss that, because they have done some pretty remarkable work in that building that would be great for you all to see. So it could be Wednesday earlier. It could be the 17th in the afternoon, evening. The 19th is a holiday, and I'm pretty sure you guys aren't going to want to do it on Friday.
So could we try for Tuesday? Could
I say we try for Tuesday.
I say, yeah, we'll try for Tuesday, and we'll let city council know that we would like to be voted on.
That might have to be like you and the mayor, chair, vice chair, requesting it to the chair and vice chair of city council, if they would be, if they would be kind enough to move that forward, just so we can put plans in place if we have to meet.
Yes.
I would like to know what we're looking at.
Yes. All right. Let's do that.
We had a fragile coalition that had a compromise package that none of us liked. So they're asking us to go back to the well again. They're the final arbiter of the city council. They can technically bypass the mayor if they're able to balance other parts of the budget by a 2/3 vote. So they're asking us to essentially do their dirty work and just give affirmation to the mayor's budget? Is that what they're asking us to do?
I don't think that's the case.
That
I
is
think it's
not the case.
Okay, I'm just trying to find out what exactly.
No, so.
I'm not gonna, the coalition's gonna collapse. So if they just make the final decision, they're the final arbiters, and they have to just live with the result of it.
So the problem is that the city council can vote yes or no on the number that's in front of them. That's all they can do, yes or no. And the number that's being put in front of them is the mayor's number.
That's an interpretation, that's a legal process. By 2/3, they could take up the original school committee budget. But if someone perceives that the budget's out of the whack, out of balance, then that provides cover for the administration. But if you're drawing from cash reserves every year, midstream, technically your entire budget is out of balance, out of whack. So all it does is provide cover. By 2/3 vote, they could take up our budget or they can overrule their own city solicitor by their own rules, is adopt, the original school committee budget. There's different mechanisms that they can take up the original school committee budget that was voted upon. The mayor bypassed our budget, and again, that was something I disagreed with him. I would say it to his face. But for all of a sudden, for them to say, no, we can't even take up that budget, I mean, if they're going to give us the original number that we were advocating for, then I'll entertain a meeting. If not, it's a full errand.
So I don't know where that leaves us, but shall we move on?
Well, Tuesday at what time?
So,
What time?
yeah, Tuesday, 6 o'clock.
5 o'clock, 6 o'clock? Again, the times are, for us, that the kids aren't in the building, it's easier, so it's up to you and your schedules. If it's 6 o'clock, it's 6 o'clock. That's. Yeah, so how about we confirm, maybe the chair and the vice chair tomorrow can confirm with the chair and the vice chair of the city council that they can confirm that they can do our first read on Monday, and then I can confirm a meeting with all of you Tuesday night.
And I know I was part of a school, city council that rejected a school department budget as a city councilor, and then we came back. So it's not a fait accompli on Monday night either, so.
Right. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the last meeting, but we can at least start with that conversation tomorrow, and I'll go from there and inform the committee. Is that fair?
All right, Member Maxwell, would you please start the discussion on staff exit surveys?
Yeah, so I think that after recent exit emails that we've received and hearing from 39 teachers publicly since April 16th, and I think that we owe it to our staff and students to learn from the people leaving the district. But I think that we should put something in motion, make sure it's being done right and using what we learned to push for real change. If we're not asking people why they're leaving their jobs, if they're even students, if we're not asking why they're leaving, how are we going to change anything or fix anything? I know that we've all received exit interview letters. Some of us have responded, some of us not, but I think it's really important because I think it's very valuable information. I'd like to suggest that, I don't know if we could do an exit survey, an exit interview. I don't know if we can propose that be presented to us as a committee twice a year. I don't know if a school committee member can sit in on that, not really have any other role other than overseeing it in policy and receiving reports to guide discussions around the budget, staffing, school climate. I think it's important to listen to our staff. I think that we need to actively listen, not just hear what they say. And it's the only way that we can really make some meaningful improvements in our district. So I don't know if I have to motion to make that happen. I am happy to do that.
So just a couple things. There's no vote on the table, so there's no vote that can happen tonight.
Yeah.
But I would just say to the committee two things. Please don't assume that we're not having exit conversations with our staff. We are. Some refuse to have those with us and meet with us. Some do. The principals are very good about having exit interviews with the staff. Formalizing that is something that I know Colleen and I are part of a listserv group. A lot of the HR directors are like, how do you formalize that? Because you can't make people do it. But there's Google Forms, there's different kind of checklist kinds of a thing, right? Are you moving, are you leaving because you're moving? Are you leaving because you're changing careers? Are you moving, whatever it is, right? So we are doing that. I don't think that the execution of that is in the purview of the school committee, but definitely they're reporting out.
I don't think that the execution of it is in the purview of the school committee, but I do think that because it's regarding policy and oversight, it is in the purview of the school committee, and we're not seeing the real feedback from the exit interviews. I know that we're saying that people are moving out of state or, whatever, but I've received 3 emails myself for exit interviews, and they look bad on administration. So I feel like we're never going to see those if we don't have a part in it.
So to go off Member Maxwell, like I said, day-to-day operations, which it's a very vague what you're asking, sitting in and watching an exit interview is against not us, it's state law.
It's actually not. I actually asked the attorney about it. It's actually not, because it is regarding policy and oversight, and it is just about the integrity of the meetings. It's just to make sure that the information is being reported back to the committee.
Okay. If that attorney, if you have, and again, I'm not reflecting on you, if an attorney is saying that from where, I'm actually asking a question, seriously, because this is, what attorney from the state? I would recommend you, and I'm just saying this as a fellow school committee member, as a colleague, call that attorney and send a notice to us, because if that is the case, if the state is saying that, and we have it in front of us, then down the road, we're not violating anything.
I'm just not sure what we would be violating. I don't need to sit here and have a conversation back and forth with the exit interview. I could just be a third part. I'm saying I as a general statement, but just sitting in on an exit interview and not having any input, not having any, but just making sure that we're getting the actual information that's going on, because this committee has received 2 exit interviews recently. That is highly offensive towards administration, and we're not doing anything about it.
And that's why I'm saying to you as a colleague, because I did not know this, you've already talked to someone. I would like to know that, and again, if you do that, then us as a committee then can sit there and make a policy around what the state is saying. That's what I'm saying. And that's all. I just giving you advice. But second thing is, I do know people that I have worked with, Dr. Kwong, and that have told me that they didn't receive an exit interview when they left. And I asked them specifically, did you refuse? And they said no. They basically, when they left, they said, I'm leaving. And it was, okay, see you later. And I actually do work with these people, and I have asked them to come forward, but they're like, no, I've been out for now a few years. I don't want to go back down that road. But I actually have them on text messages saying, no, I have not received an exit interview. So I'm just saying, maybe sometimes it's just slipped, and people got busy. And again, I'm not trying to make it out bigger than what it is, but when things like that happen, I question it. Why did they leave, and why didn't they receive an exit interview? Because of the fact that maybe the record would be upsetting, so some people might not want their exit interview being held. I'm just saying, or just people forget.
Yeah, fair enough. I think, the good thing is that we have already started to create forms in Frontline, our system that holds our HR stuff. So that would be another place. Again, I don't know. I know Attorney McNulty's here, and we only have a half an hour, and we have a lot of things that we're actually still trying to do tonight. But we can certainly bring this back up, and it could be a matter of, again, pulling the data to share and having that be the report out.
That's,
I don't
that was
know-
all I was mentioning, that was it, and if we could make them anonymous so that teachers feel comfortable giving an exit interview, that would be even better.
Yes, I think there's a lot to consider, but I think the system that we have in Frontline allows us a better oversight over, when X happens, then they automatically get the Y, and again, it's their choice to fill it out. Principals will still have a conversation with them, but they can at least still give us something that's centralized and that every staff gets. And then that report can be, again, to school committee on a quarterly basis or a half year. Again, I think that's where we're headed with our new system of HR. So I think it's worth pursuing that conversation. Yeah.
Do we also offer that to families that leave the district? I know that may be a separate conversation, but I was just curious.
No.
No, okay.
Member Donovan?
Well, just to add to that briefly, we are trudging towards the end of the audit. And maybe some of the information that we get from parents will help inform better certain policies and procedures. So maybe we hold that thought and bring it all together. Okay, I know we have a lot.
All right, let's move on, and let's start the discussion on the IT consolidation.
Can you give these up? So Nancy, do you mind taking Colleen's seat for a minute so that we don't have to keep going up and down? So what I'm passing out to you is just some information that Nancy Lopez, I think she's been here, but if she hasn't, this is Nancy Lopez. I know we've said her name multiple times, but here she is, our Director of Technology. Matt Cirqua is also here, our data manager, so he was helpful this evening, but also here tonight as well. So I think what I'm giving you in this packet, we will post it. It will be public online. A copy of the mayor's executive order on the back, which you all received, I believe, via email from folks. But this document, Nancy and her team put together to just outline for all of you. We have not been asked to or have had a conversation here at the school committee level about consolidating technology departments. It is something that Mayor Perry, on a comment that Sean Cronin made about 7 years ago, said we should consider consolidating all these things and help the city not be in a financial position. Technology was one of them. He had a really good experience because he was in Brookline, and that's what that system did. So again, it was a comment and said, hey, look into this. It has since kind of stuck. And so I've had conversations with the former mayor. I've had conversations with the current mayor. And Ed Lucier at the time, and I had several meetings with the mayor and the CAFO about it. The city was in a challenging place because they didn't have a tech department. And I think at that time, Mayor Perry was looking at how could the schools oversee the city work. So it really has morphed into a very different kind of conversation. But what our stance is and my stance, and I said it to the former mayor, I said it to the current mayor today, we don't, as a school department, we don't see where it is advantageous to consolidate the departments. I have never been presented a plan of this is what it could look like, this is why it could save money. Our systems are very different. There is one place that we all feel, we've talked about, we've used it, we've collaborated. The network is the one place where it is the same, where we use the same switches and fibers, and just help me if you need.
No, actually.
No, see, this is why I have you next to me.
The E-rate
Correct me.
program, the government E-rate program allows us to purchase all network equipment at 80% off. But the problem with it is we can't use that network equipment for anything but educational purposes. So it has to be used by the school system, and it cannot be used by the city.
So yes, Because that's a whole paragraph in here.
Yes, so on the same of consolidating stuff like network and some of the platforms, we run a Chrome OS realm. The city's on, I assume, Windows.
Microsoft, yep.
Do we have any collaboration with them for things maybe like, I don't know, Mimecast or Rapid7 or any of that like InfoSec protection software? Any of the SaaS platforms that would be compatible on both ends?
So if you look further into the report, I outlined the fact that we both use Sentinel-1. That's our antivirus.
Yeah.
And you can see, these I just pulled from Munis. And, you know, the city pays $23,793 a year on 275 licenses, but we pay $10,097 on 850 licenses. So I just looked like at different things that might be comparable, like Office 365. They use Microsoft Office. We use it somewhat. We're more of a Google shop, but we have, what do we have? How many?
500 licenses.
500 licenses for $0. They have 200 licenses for $16,000, $700. So it just, everything that I looked at, there's no savings that I can find.
So what I'm hearing, Nancy, is that you should be taking over the city and not the other way around. No, oh, sorry, I didn't.
It's not, so I guess this is information, right? This is, and what I'm sharing with you is that a year ago, Nancy and I had this conversation. There's some information in here from a survey that she sent out to her information tech director listserv. I think 22 or 23 districts responded. You know, does the municipality and the school district work together? Do you have one CIO? Just gathering some information. You know, it's not a commonplace to have the school department and a city, especially in a size of our city, to be consolidated, right? There are other places. I know we've said it here. I have definitely said it to the mayor. I feel very strongly he's in agreement that the conversation should continue forward, that we really should talk about facilities, department maintenance as a like, you want to combine some departments or work or things, that's the department for us to really try to figure out how we can help each other. They speak the same language. We're talking about the same buildings. We're focused on the same fields, right? We have a lot of the same issues. So I think there is a desire for us to talk about those two departments. It was something that I know Colleen was with me with a conversation when we were talking about the budget in April that we had with the mayor at that point. You know, there's some information here about our staff is very geared towards education. There's a lot of years of experience in education.
103.
103 years of experience. It is very different, right? It's a different entity in a different world with the number of devices, the response to staff, parents, and students. Again, using different software, different platforms. We're just looking for what are those conversations. I have made it clear. I made it clear, and again, in a very positive conversation with the mayor today, that we are happy to have conversations on anywhere we think we can collaborate. But to unequivocally just say we're consolidating the departments without a plan, for us, that was what I find most challenging. We've always been open to that, but we've never been met with, here's a plan of let's talk about this compartment or this piece of technology first. How can we help each other? Where is there duplicity? Where is there efficiencies that we can save? That has never been presented to us in conversation. So again, we're open to all of those. I think the executive order doesn't say that. And that's what we're here for tonight. And I know Attorney McNulty is here. It reads very differently. I expressed myself with that earlier today, that the idea of collaborating is very different than an executive order that I and the business administrator and the tech director shall follow this order, right? Because you all are actually my boss. And so there's just that conflict, I think, that we're having right now about can the mayor actually, execute this, I don't know.
Enforce it.
Enforce this executive order. What does that mean for us? I think we're in disagreement about that. But again, we're not saying that we don't want to have conversations. It's just we haven't brought that to the table to say, what are we looking at, and give us the idea. What is it that you want us to look at that we should think about first? Is it some software? Where are those costs that can only be educational? Let's put those off the table. What are the costs that can be shared? I don't know. Like, we don't know why the city is paying more than we are. Nobody's brought those costs to our attention, but again, it's just costs that are public knowledge. But so there's information in here. Again, I just thought that it would be important to share this with you about how we do our educational procurement. And again, there's this section here, we just don't know what the clear advantage is to fully consolidate those departments. That's the conversation I've been trying to have with both mayors, Mayor Beauregard and Mayor Perry, is I don't know, we haven't had the conversation about that. So again, we wanted this to be in your hands tonight. We have some information about our own ticketing system and how many tickets we receive, et cetera. That's simply from our system. Those are not numbers that we inputted. And then there's, on the back, there's different software and hardware that are supported by the district. Again, those are just sort of factual and what we're using at this point for factual information. I would be happy to ask Attorney McNulty to come sort of up here and share a seat if he'd like, if there are questions about particularly the executive order. If you have questions for Nancy or myself about I know you guys haven't had a chance to look at it. I just gave you a very quick idea of what's in here. But questions for any of us, and again, Attorney McNulty can come sit with us.
Member Maxwell?
Okay, so I have a few questions, and I don't know if anybody can even answer these.
We'll give it our best shot.
So one, just to kind of piggyback on your maintenance and I think that's a great idea. Have we, I don't even know if I want to say it out loud, but have we considered like collaborating with HR departments as well? Would that be doable?
So Colleen is behind us. So that has happened in the past, and it also was not effective.
Okay.
And so Colleen actually played that role in the HR director for both the city and the school, and it was very challenging to the amount of personnel that happens in a school district because of the sheer number of staff and the timelines and the health and the benefits and the leaves and hires and all of that. Is constant, so it was hard to walk away, I think, from both of us.
I don't want to cut you off. We are super short on time, and I just want to focus on IT right now because we need to keep the conversation focused on what we need to talk about.
Sure. So I guess I will just list out my questions, and any ones that you can answer, great. Will our IT staff be part of this? You kind of already answered that. Who will oversee this department? How will the priorities be set between city and school needs? Will there be shared IT directors, and who will they report to? Will school-specific grants still be used exclusively for the schools? Is the city assuming all costs, and what's the plan for dividing costs equally? How will student data privacy be handled and protected? Will there be separate protocols for schools versus city? Will schools still get a timely IT support during the day? And what's the timeline for this merge?
So those are all really good questions, of which I can't answer a single one because there has been no plan presented to us at this point.
Okay, I just figured I'd throw them out there.
No, I do, and I mean that. I think those are all the questions that would take this conversation, right? If there's a collaboration of, what does it look like? Is it this part that can be shared? Is there work that our techs do, that their techs do, that when we have this situation, we work together, because it makes sense. We have not had that conversation, and there's no plan for that presented to us.
Member Shabilia.
So I heard through the grapevine that there was a hire in process for your department, Nancy, that was going to be responsible for getting us up to speed to start the next year. However, that hire is being held up.
So that has been rescinded at this point.
Okay.
As of this evening, we will be allowed to move forward with that hire.
Oh. Never mind.
So the new hire is fully done with all of the HR and will likely be able to, I'm hoping that we can make that phone call to that gentleman tomorrow and that he will probably be able to start immediately.
Oh, good. He's got lots of imaging to do, from what I understand.
He also has some cybersecurity experience. He's got
Cool.
risk experience.
We're excited to have him on board.
Yes, it's going to be a good hire.
Is there anything else being held up or put in jeopardy because of the lack of planning that this executive order has behind it?
That was the biggest one for us that happened recently. That was, stated it was happening because of the executive order.
So that being said, if the school committee votes no, don't do this, then it becomes a legal thing, and I see
Yeah, but he's coming. Keep
Attorney
going.
McNulty prepping for battle back there. Safer back there, man, I get it.
Oh, this is the microphone. Good evening.
Hi,
Madam
welcome
Chair,
back.
may I, if you don't mind?
Absolutely.
Dr. Kwan, so I think, Member Shabilia, it is a legal thing already. Okay, so the question I'm being asked is is the executive order legal? And from my perspective, the answer is plainly no, it is not legal.
I agree with you.
The mayor does not have the authority to do this under the statute. Okay, this is an issue of statutory interpretation, and it's being interpreted incorrectly. All due respect to the mayor and all due respect to his council, they're wrong. If I could, I'll just tell you why. All right, so the CAFO Act states that, and I'm just going to read it to you, that the city shall be deemed to have accepted, the word accepted is key here, Section 37M of Chapter 71 of the General Laws, for the purposes of consolidating the business and financial operations and functions of the school department with those of the city. Under the authority of the Chief Administrative and Financial Officer, the acceptance may be revoked, but the city shall not revoke acceptance of said Section 37M in any year in which a loan issued under Section 2 remains outstanding. Fine, okay? Then you need to turn to Section 37M of Chapter 71. What does that say? Any city or town which accepts the provisions of this section, which the CAFO Act says that the city has accepted, may consolidate administrative functions, including but not limited to maintenance functions of the school committee with those of the city or town, provided, however, that such consolidation may occur only upon a majority vote of both the school committee and in the city council. Further on in the CAFO Act, it states specifically that notwithstanding the provisions of the CAFO Act, the rights of the city council and the school committee may not be abrogated. This executive order abrogates the powers of this committee and the city council, plainly. It doesn't matter if there's debt outstanding. This is an illegal act.
Which there isn't. They've openly stated that.
And I know that's an issue of contention. I understand that, right? So we have an executive who's issued an executive order that, in my opinion, abrogates the rights of this committee and the city council. And the remedy for that is for this committee to seek redress through the courts, to file a complaint for declaratory judgment that the executive order has no effect.
Well, let me ask you on that. Do we need to file saying it has no effect, or can we just say, Dr. Kwong, as the school committee, we're instructing you to continue July 1st, business as usual? Let the executive branch of our government come and let them go to court. Let them file. Let them be the bad guys.
You could, Member Shabilia, you could do that. But I think you have a more clear option in front of you, personally. That's my opinion.
I'd rather see them be the bad guys, but.
Yes.
Thank you. So also, when I was reading that, your statement the other day.
I think you all saw correspondence between myself and Attorney O'Neill.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
So the question I also have, in the statute, there's nothing that says, because I just want the public to be aware of this, that an executive order can oversee some of these statutes.
Yeah. So that's, Member DeZoglio, I believe. Yep. So proving a negative is never a great position, but it plainly said if the CAFO Act meant to say that, it would have. And it doesn't say, we're going to consolidate these functions, and you don't have to take the vote of the city council, and you don't have to take the vote of the school committee. It doesn't say that. Now, I believe that the solicitor and the mayor are sort of hanging their hats on, respectfully, a financial review that came out from DOS, the Division of Local Services, in 2019, that is, in my opinion, poorly drafted, that says in the beginning, this act effectively consolidates the IT departments, among other functions. And then it goes on to make a number of recommendations. And one of those recommendations is that you should start the process of consolidating these, according to the Act, which points you to Section 37M, right? And you also need to codify the CAFO Act in the city charter to amend it. That has never been done. That was never done by the city council, as far as we can tell.
So what do we need to do going forward? What are our next steps?
So that's up, I just should say that this is a deliberative body. This is up to the committee to decide. But I believe the appropriate remedy is to file a verified complaint in the Superior Court with a motion for a preliminary injunction to stop the executive order.
So moved.
All right.
Can I add to that? Yeah. Should also authorize the superintendent, Dr. Kwong, to sign the verified complaint.
So moved as amended. Come on, Martha, keep up. Well, the clock is ticking here. We're about to get evicted.
Would you like me? Would you like me to read, Madam Chair, a proposed vote that I prepared while I was sitting in the back there,
That would be
behind Dr. Kwong, as
fantastic.
Member Shabilia put it? Vote to file a verified complaint asking for a declaratory judgment that the mayor's executive order is improper, and to file a motion for preliminary injunction and authorize the superintendent to execute the verified complaint.
I'm just saying though, and I'm just thinking because it's funny, we are basically suing
ourselves, the city,
the chair of the school committee. Just clarifying that.
We're not suing, we're seeking an injunction.
Injunction.
You are suing. You're suing the chair of the school committee.
Thank you. I know, yeah, you're suing the mayor. The chair of our school committee. Okay?
All right, roll call vote, please, Martha.
Yes.
Member Donovan?
Yes.
Member Keegan?
Yes.
Member Maxwell?
Yes.
Member Shabilia?
Yes.
Member Willett?
Yes, and I just want to say very quickly, I mentioned this last year to the former mayor, and he was provided a legal advisory, and I'm not sure the current mayor read it, but it's pretty ironclad in law.
Well, I wrote it.
Yeah, okay, so, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a miscommunication, not from our perspective,
Yeah, and
it's
I-
from
and-
their perspective.
And if I may, and is the vote finished?
Yes.
Yes.
So the mayor could suggest this. Nobody's saying he can't do this. He just needs to seek the counsel of the city council and the school committee and get a majority vote.
I think the
He doesn't
biggest
have that, and
problem
that's what he's
was
trying to
the
say.
executive order, and that reeks of prior administrations, and there's a system of checks and balances, and there's a clear violation.
Oh, I agree with you.
Okay.
I'm in full agreement.
And he was aware of that legal advisory from the past.
Hey,
And
Ian?
nothing was broached to this committee.
Ian, if you could, when this settles, I'd like to get a copy of the billables that go to the attorney's office, and I'll also be doing a FOIA with the city to see how much this executive exercise has cost the city versus what it was going to save, which so far booked or projected is precisely zero. So, just so we can have a clear image when this is done. Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on. With no further business to discuss, may I have a motion and a second to adjourn this business session of the Methuen School Committee for June 9th, 2025, and enter into executive session?
So moved.
Moved by Member Shabilia, second by Member Donovan. Pursuant to MGLC 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation, if any open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigation position of the public body, and the chair so declares, Unit B and custodians. Also pursuant to MGL C30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation, if any open meeting may have detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigation position of the public body, and the chair so declares, Scannell versus Methuen Public Schools, 2477 CV 01284. We will not reconvene into open session at the conclusion of the executive session. Roll call, please.
Member DiZoglio?
Yes.
Member Donovan? Yes. Member Keegan?
Yes.
Member Maxwell?
Yes.
Member Shabilia?
Yes.
Member Willett?
Yes.
The meeting is adjourned at 9:58.
Good night, Methuen.